Smartphone connected. Smartphone connected.
Is it working now? No?
Just a minute.
Yes, now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Smartphone connected.
Is it working now? No?
Hello. Just a minute. Yes, now it's fine. Yeah, I was doing the weekend work, so that's it. It's okay.
Yes, I think now I can hear you, but I hope you can hear me.
Yes, so it's early morning for you today.
Yes, no, it's already 10, so it's okay.
Delegates will join after 10 minutes, I think. 2:38 minutes are still remaining. So
Okay.
let's start. I'll play the video that I prepared. Is it audible in that video? No.
I can see it, but it's kind of coming in
Sound is not coming, no?
the audio, not for me.
Okay, okay. Hello, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Chinmay. This is Arshia.
Yes, yes.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Chinmay.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Chinmay. This is Kripa Shrivastava.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining. Good afternoon.
Lovely to see you.
Yes, ma'am. Uh, Welcome you all to the second day of the fourth Global Pharmacovigilance Congress. So yesterday we have very good sessions and we have around six speakers. They delivered their talk yesterday. So today also we'll be having six sessions, and for that we have chairpersons with us, Dr. Rajendra Jalali, Dr. Dipasa Viswas ma'am, and Dr. Amar Syed. And We have three moderators today, Dr. Jyoti Upadhyay, and then Dr. Satyavata Jaina and Dr. Yadav. So, hope this day also will be fruitful to all the delegates, all the esteemed persons who are here with the Congress today. And let me just give me 1 minute so that I will say. Dr. Jyoti, are you there? Joined?
Yes, yes, Dr. Chinmay, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So from now onwards, Dr. Jyoti will take over the session. So she is the moderator for today. And yes, I'm continuing.
So we have to. Am I audible?
Yes, yes. Just a minute. Yeah. Yes, Dr. Jyoti, please continue. Sorry for the technical reasons. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, please continue, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So a very good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to welcome you all to the Day 2 scientific session of the 4th Global Pharmacovigilance Congress 2026. My name is Dr. Jyoti. I'm professor at UPES and Pharmacovigilance Coordinator, and I will be moderating this scientific session today. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Chinmay, for providing me this opportunity to have this session and work as a moderator here. So at the outset, I extend my warm welcome to our respected chairperson, Dr. Rajendra K. Galaji, and thank him for his valuable presence and guidance. Today's session brings together eminent global experts who will discuss emerging dimensions of pharmacovigilance, including artifact-driven safety systems, patient health, regulatory compliance, data privacy, intellectual property, and risk management strategies. So we are honored to have such distinguished speakers from different parts of the world sharing their knowledge and experience with us. So let's begin this session. The first session is by Dr. Nicole Becker from Ireland. So our first speaker is Dr. Nicole Becker from Ireland. So I would like to introduce her. You can see Dr. Nicole's profile here in the screen. She is the co-founder and CEO at technology company developing artificial intelligence for life sciences, immunologist and pharmacovigilance professional with extensive knowledge in global legislation and guidelines for medical affairs, regulatory affairs, pharmacovigilance, and clinical trials, gained by leading and managing global multidisciplinary teams. Extensive experience in providing strategic, operational, and scientific leadership throughout the product lifecycle from preclinical to post-marketing. She experienced gains supporting or fulfilling the role of European Economic Area qualified person for pharmacovigilance and responsible person for pharmacovigilance in clinical trials over the past 8 years. Overall, she is having 20 years experience within academia, pharmaceutical industry, regulatory authority, clinical research organization, and more recently, the startup. She holds a professional diploma in strategic growth, biotech pharma industry, a PhD in medicine, rheumatology, MSc in biomedical sciences, immunology, and BSc in biological sciences. So, first of all, I would like to request our chairperson to have an interaction with the first speaker of this session. Sir, you are there?
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to this scientific session. And I think Dr. Chinmaya has been doing a very excellent job in uniting the people across the diverse parts of the globe and conducting these kind of conferences. And I also welcome Dr. Nicole Baker, who's going to give us first lecture today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Nicole.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
So
you.
I would like to welcome Dr. Patel and safety as a real-time AI-driven system. So welcome, doctor.
Thank you so much. I'm not able to share my slides. It says that is not available for sharing.
Yes, it's just a minute.
Just a second, ma'am.
Can you give me a request, ma'am? I will accept it. Something. Yes, yes. Now we can say them.
Okay. Let me know if everybody can see my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see you, Nicole.
Oh,
This
me?
is Pippa. Yeah.
What
Good.
about the not screen? Okay, let me try again. Share.
Yes, now it's coming. Yes.
Now we can see your screen. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Thank you so much, and thanks so much for the invitation. And I think this is a great effort to bring people from different places and to have a perspective. And I really appreciate being invited to this conference, and well done to the organizers. I know it's very hard to organize things, especially remotely, and get everybody to join. It's not always easy, but congratulations to all that have been part of the organization of this event. So I think the introduction about myself kind of tells a lot about what I'm doing and what the company, and I'm trying to move the slides. Yes, sorry. Oops, too many. Let's go back. Sorry about that. Let me see. So to talk about things that are, very hot topic at the moment, which is AI. Just to give you a little bit of background, we started looking at artificial intelligence in 2019, way before ChatGPT or, you know, Gen AI, LLMs, all of that kind of became mainstream. So it was way before that. And at that time, anybody that wanted to develop any sort of AI for any subject, but pharmacovigilance in general, they would have to use the tools that were available to them. So it would be like machine learning, NLP, those would be the types of models that were used at the time. But there was a lot of automation that wasn't really AI. There were just automation throughout the workflow, for example, for case processing, but it wasn't exactly AI, but it was automation more on a rules-based type of approach. But as a QBBV, I was working away and I realized that the industry there was some failed attempts to use AI and that didn't really work. And then the industry was kind of getting a bit annoyed that nothing, you know, AI was coming with a really huge cost and also not always working. So thinking about that, I decided to open a lab. So the whole of Biologic started in a lab in Trinity College Dublin. It wasn't a commercial company to start with. It was an academic institution that supported us to start developing technology for pharmacovigilance. And that was all very new because in academia, nowadays it's a bit more academia doing pharmacovigilance and AI for pharmacovigilance, but at the time, not in Ireland, there wasn't anybody really working on pharmacovigilance and AI as part of an academic group. So we started and we developed a number of models that were able to extract. So the difference between machine learning, NLP, and Gen AI, for example, Gen AI can change the meaning and can looks for kind of it can create new responses as well. So it looks at all of the responses that is out there and it's able to create additional meaning for things that you are looking for. But machine learning and NLP it doesn't change the meaning of the words, for example, or how things are put across. So for pharmacovigilance at that time, it was interesting to use machine learning because machine learning was able to extract safety information from unstructured text. But that was the whole start of everything. And we started as an academic group. Bruno Hanna is the CTO of the company today, and he was the mastermind of all of it. And then I helped on the pharmacovigilance side of things. So what do we do today? And then another thing, when I started, and I think it's very important, I wanted to make sure I worked for lots of small companies and I also work for very large companies. And the difference between the large company and small company is huge in terms of what they can afford or what they think they can afford in terms of technology, because smaller companies will not have a very large IT team that can help them to implement and introduce artificial intelligence or any sort of automation to the company if they don't have that in-house. So my aim when I started was to create a platform where companies of all sizes would be able to use an AI model that was already trained and validated by us. So it didn't need to be a large company to use our technology. Any company can use. And this is true today. So we do have a lot of small companies using our technology. Our technology is not just made for large top 10 pharma companies. Is made for everybody. Anybody can use it. So this is just a quick introduction about us, and we work mainly with CROs and also small and large enterprise to improve literature monitoring. And literature monitoring, I think everybody who has started in pharmacovigilance at some point in time have done case processing and also have done literature monitoring. And it can be overwhelming. You can come in, it's usually a Monday morning type of job that you come on Monday morning and you have this huge amount of data that you need to review. And if it is in formats that are difficult to work, like if you're doing an extract on Excel and then you want to write on a Word document and then you want to save the data in SharePoint. So it can be quite manual and not so much fun to do on a Monday morning, especially if you had a busy weekend like yourselves with this, studying and doing courses or even having fun over the weekend. So I think, and the most important thing for me was how I wanted to think about it, think about the problem. And then let's go back to why the literature. So the literature in AI is a low-hanging fruit because the data is published. There is no need for de-identify patients or anything like that because it's already published. It is an easy source to be able to train models, but also to use. My idea at first was to use, hospital discharge notes, insurance claims, and things like that. But the cost of the data was very, very, very high. And remember, we were a research organization. We didn't have all of this money, so we couldn't really be buying tons of data to train models. So we chose to use the literature. But the literature might also not be free, as you have today, and mentioned that you're going to have some additional talks about talking about data. Data is a complicated matter because not all data is free. And when we started, we went around the place looking for sources that we would be able to train our models. And at the end, we had to create, which is very good for us today, but 2019, we had to create our own database. So we started, and then remember that all, COVID happened in between, and the whole discussion about open source, open access became more evident because when people were looking at data to learn more about, the whole situation about COVID, a lot of the data was behind paywalls. So the data was there, but then you had to pay money to be able to access the data. So the movement towards moving data to an open source or open access became stronger. And in Europe, for example, if you have public money, you cannot publish behind a paywall because the citizens of Europe have paid for that article to be submitted, and it has already been paid. So we started building a database, and to build a database is not that easy because it's a very high volume, and we focus on the idea of having data from across the globe, not just like English words or English anything that was published in the US and so on, but also cover the whole globe, like Asia, Africa, South America, all languages. Plus, when we were building and creating our AI models, we wanted it to be more heterogeneous. So we wanted to use data that was representing a much wider population rather than just looking at articles, for example, coming from the US or Europe. So we want to cover most of it. So we have the data, and the data has progressed nicely from databases to individual sources that pharma companies want to review. So for example, in the past, companies would have, maybe today, they would do the global literature, which would be the types of databases like Embase or PubMed or ProQuest and so on. And then they would do the local searches locally. So they would have a local affiliate, or they would outsource it to a smaller company in the region to do the reviews for the local regions. Today, everything can be done from one platform. So our platform ingests, normalizes, and make the data available for review on a daily basis. So all of this data from all over the world, anything that is indexed, but also anything that is not indexed, is part of this database, which is a huge database. And today I can say that our database is the largest database in the world, and it has all of the data that a pharma company would wish to have. And I'm spending some time here because I think this is important. When I started, I thought that pharma companies wanted all of the data in the world, that they would be happy to have additional sources to what, for example, is in Embase. Our database it covers what Embase has. But I thought companies would be like, yeah, great, you have a lot more data, and then we can find a lot more adverse events. But I was wrong. companies are not really interested in looking at more data, because more data means more work and means a higher cost for doing this work. And they're not, that is not always the case. Plus, pharma companies are very worried about what is going to be, what has been audited before, what has been through an inspection before, what has passed an inspection, and they don't want to change the status quo. They want to remain doing the same thing because it has passed an audit, and then it's okay, and they know that they're not going to have a finding. But this is changing, because we pharmacovigilance professionals, we're going to have to start thinking about the processes and how we can change it. It's no good just putting AI or automation on top of a bad process, because that is not going to help anybody. So I think we, as a general for the industry, we need to really think about how can we improve, how can we make things easier, how can we make things less complicated, because it's a lot of data coming in and a lot of data flowing out. But we need to really think about what are the best ways of doing things, instead of just plunking in a bit of automation or AI on top of something that's probably not working very well to start with. So the data. So we have the data, as I said, and then we also have the PV expertise, and that was a very important point. When you're developing technology for pharmacovigilance, I think pharmacovigilance should be the center. So every time I go and look for a company, and I don't know if any of you do that, if you're going to look for a company to do business with, I go into the page who the people are that own that company or work on that company, and see if there's anybody from pharmacovigilance actually working or being part of the decision making of that company. Because if you just have people on the technology with technology background or business background or I don't know, marketing background, these people might not be the best people to develop technology for pharmacovigilance, because pharmacovigilance, like anything in healthcare, it is a very complicated matter. And obviously, as I said, we want to simplify it. But I think it's important that the person that is developing technology for pharmacovigilance at least understands what pharmacovigilance is and what the process is and what is the, how it works on a day-to-day basis. And then the third component is AI. As I said, we built it, we developed it, we own it. It's our own proprietary IP. We are not dependent on any, maybe I shouldn't say that, but we are not really dependent on external AI for our own model, but obviously for running the company, we do use a lot of AI in other aspects, and there is AI being used with the engineering team, but not the models itself are not Gen AI. And then this is just to illustrate a little bit more about the database. So we do have a large volume of data. We are a lot bigger than, for example, any proprietary database like Embase or ProQuest, but we also have, we have a lot more data because we cover the whole globe. The other problem we have when we look at data from the likes of Embase and ProQuest is that the access to the data. So access to the data today via an API, which is a programmatic access, can be complicated because publishers that do not want you to access their data very easily, because you can just grab all of this data and do whatever you want. So the way it works mostly is that you need to use their URL, which is their interface, to do the searches. And today, I think that's something for everybody to think, especially if you're in academia. We grew up, I'm 51, and all of the searches that I did in my life, they were using Boolean words. So what does that mean? I was using one word. Let's say I'm using paracetamol, which then will be expanded into either mesh or entry, depending on the database that I'm using. And then I'm going to use and, which could be this and that. They have to be together to, let's say, paracetamol and safety events. and that is what is going to construct my search strategy. But now that we use a lot of Gen AI and you're doing searches, your searches are becoming a lot more descriptive in what you're looking for. So doing a Boolean search word today, a lot of people don't do that anymore because a lot of people just using intuitive types of searches. They're using, let's say, instead of asking paracetamol and safety in a Boolean search and going on Embase, for example, on PubMed, they might be going on Google and asking and using Gemini and asking what are the side effects or what are the safety events that you can find for paracetamol. So it's becoming a lot more descriptive the way we ask questions. And the standard databases will not, at the moment, they don't allow you to do that because they work on a very rigid framework on how the words within that database have been indexed and expanded. And here's our AI. Our AI, as I said, it is used to pull and extract safety information out of the text. So if you have a database that is huge, that is very, very large, and then when you do a search, you're going to get a lot of outputs, you're going to get a lot of hits, and you're going to have to review it all. But when you use our platform, you can still use an expansion of data and look at a lot of data, but because you can use the AI to help you to filter what is relevant and what is irrelevant, you will have, let's say you have at the top 1,000 hits for whatever drug that is, and then you can look at how many have a suspected adverse event on them, which will be in the middle. So you can already select, these are the ones that I want to review, and you can add additional filters to that. You can say, let me see only the ones that have a patient, for example, because we know that you need a patient to have a valid ICSR, for example, and then you want to combine, is there an adverse event? Is there a reporter? Is there my drug is there? And what is the other one? A patient. Yes, I think, did I say the 4 things correctly? So then you can immediately have a lot less articles to review, and with the certainty that the AI that you're using is doing a good job because it has been fully validated and it repeats itself again and again and again. So every time it does a review, it does not make something new, and it doesn't get trained as you go along. So all of the models have been trained in the background. So when it is very constant and repetitive on what it does, so it doesn't create new results. And this has been, obviously, you need human in the loop, and the human needs to be supervising, and the human needs to be looking and reviewing the articles, the relevant articles, and approving those articles if there's a safety information for an ICSR, if there's safety information as a possible new signal, if there's safety information to go, for example, into an aggregate report, if there's safety information for clinical development where you need to include that in your IB, for example. So there's lots of uses of the data. So this data can be used throughout the life cycle of the product, from early development all of the way to post-marketing. So we do have a lot of companies that use it for clinical, but also in post-marketing for products that are approved or in clinical development. And then I think this slide is just to call your attention to say, what is changing? So we have been hearing about pharmacovigilance and AI for the past, let's say, 3 years, 4 years, like actively. I go out a lot into conferences, and I also go to tech events, and all I hear about is AI, and now the new subject of all of the conferences I've been to is agentic AI. But have we actually, and then if we do some research and look at pharmacovigilance, have we actually used all of the possibilities for what we have in-house? I don't think we have. So I don't think MAHs and sponsors have done everything that they have not implemented AI throughout their pharmacovigilance department. tech developers, they're still struggling to be able to develop something that is really usable and relevant. A lot of the development out there is not in production, is still in development, for example. And the service providers are also struggling to this new world where pharma companies want to save money, and they're saying just buy technology and put on top of services, and now you can't really be charging for your services because the tech developer is saying that is saving 50% of the time. So instead of having a team of 100 people, now you have 150 people doing the same job because you're using a highly automated process. So I think these are very time. It is what is, I can see this happening a lot. And then I can also see this happening from the conversations that I'm having with pharma companies or with CROs. So because we are working directly with CROs and pharma and sponsors, we are part of all of these conversations. And I think I should have added here the regulatory authorities, which I didn't, and I will update this slide and I will put that in as well. So what is changing with the regulatory authorities? What are the regulatory authorities? Are they changing how are they using it internally? Are they using it to review? Are they accepting how things are happening within the industry? And just to bring some information here, so the FDA has put in a call for companies that are developing AI. All of them actually have AI for pharmacovigilance. Sorry. So they are putting calls for companies to go to them and talk about their development, so they can be, they are aware and they are familiar with the type of development that technology providers are doing. But also there's a whole new group of regulatory people that are part of a new group called PICS. And PICS is a group of inspectors around the globe, and they are meeting on a regular basis to discuss the developments in technology and AI within pharmacovigilance, because when they come in to audit or inspect a company, at least they have a much better understanding about all of the technology that is in development or in production within pharma and sponsors. So I think I definitely need to add here regulatory, and then probably this list will grow more and more. And there's a lot of, I think, anything to do with technology, with pharma, there is a financial side of things that are attached to it. And I think financially, it's very important for us, especially if you run a company, to be aware of the things that are happening in the world. So this is not so, it's from June 8th, 2026. There's a lot of talk now that the SaaS as we know it will die, and is big tech replacing niche software, and that the traditional SaaS. So we are a SaaS, we use AI within our SaaS. All of the safety databases and the ones that are not, for example, on premises, are SaaS. So SaaS is a way of running models within a URL where people can log on, like Netflix is a SaaS, for example. There's a lot of SaaS out there, and SaaS became the most popular way of using technology for a very long time. But now this is kind of being challenged because of all of these huge corporations that are developing AI models, and they are kind of driving a huge change on how we use technology across the globe, and not only in a professional way, but also on our own personal ways. So there is, this is one, it came out on the news, and then are we able to replace our niche? Like, are we able to replace, for example, the technology that I have developed by using Claude or by using ChatGPT? Are we able to use ChatGPT to run a safety database, for example, or to run signal detection? I doubt it very much. I don't think we are there yet, but there is a huge pressure on companies that are developing technology, but also I should have put another screen on the CROs as well, on the service providers. So there's a huge pressure for technology developers to stay abreast of the new technology, but there's also a huge pressure on top of CROs and service providers to implement technology and lower their costs. But they can't do that because technology is still expensive. So there's this kind of balance that we are not there yet. And I have to say, I am a technology developer, but I'm a pharmacovigilance professional before anything, and it is very expensive to run a tech company. It is not cheap, and it's a lot more expensive than run a services company. But this, I think, is quite interesting in my point of view. So we are saying that software, okay, we're saying here that SaaS is dead, that nobody wants to pay, the venture capital doesn't want to pay for it anymore, but let's use all of the models that the big tech, the very big tech is putting out there. These are companies that are valued at $1 trillion. They are not small companies, they are very, very large. Open Evidence, for example, I think is 12 billion, is a brand new company. And the EU recently has this. I was able to use all of those programs, and those programs, they have an interaction between patient, HCP, and possibly pharma companies. So this would be the most dynamic type of programs that you can have to use AI for your own health, but for doctors as well and HCPs to help them to diagnose, to find, let's say publications about a subject and so on. So Open Evidence is one. I was using it and not directly with patient. I was playing with it because I wasn't using it for my company, but I was very curious and playing with it. And then one day I tried to open it and it was no longer available in Europe. I can say the same thing about ChatGPT Health. So they created a ChatGPT Health, and that is also not available for us to use in Europe because of EU regulations. Claude, I forgot what is Claude Health, I think, is also not available to use in Europe for you to ask questions. So for example, Open Evidence, I could go in and ask what are the best, like if I have, let's say I have a headache, but my headache is a complication of untreated migraine. I could go on Open Evidence and ask that question and say, what is the best medication for me to take? And the medication with the list adverse events, it would actually recommend something. If it's right or wrong, I don't know. But if you're a physician, I am in the healthcare, but like I would be able to say this is right or wrong. But a lot of people were using those technologies to actually make diagnoses, to request tests, and so on. So in Europe, very quickly it became not allowed. It is still allowed in the rest of the world, but I think this is for us to open our eyes in pharmacovigilance to see. And I also want to say that I've attended a lot of tech events in the last year, and I can say that the top CEOs of the top 30 companies have already shaken hands with all of these people here and said that they are going to implement either one of these technologies in their company from the top down. So it's coming from a signed document with the CEO. So every day when you open LinkedIn or when you open the newspaper, you will see there's a new pharma company that has signed a new agreement with some sort of tech company to develop, R&D or something like that. But within pharmacovigilance, we're not seeing that yet. But just I want you to keep your eye out to think, if it is at the very top, eventually, I don't know how long it's going to take, but eventually it's going to come down to us. So anybody who thinks that you work in pharmacovigilance and you are protected from not working with any of or not having them highly involved with your day-to-day activities, I think, I don't know, have no idea how long it's going to take, but it is coming because pharma is signing agreements with let's say, the top of the richest companies today in the world. But is the SaaS dead? Is the niche technology dead? I don't think so. I think we can help this big tech to open doors for a regulated environment because we know how pharmacovigilance works. Somebody working in a hospital knows how their day-to-day works. If a very generic program comes in and say from now on, let's say you come in a Monday morning and your boss says to you, from now on, you're not going to use a safety database anymore. You're going to do signal detection straight away out of this program. So I don't think that is going to happen, and I don't think we are on that fiction yet. And I think I'm finished because I started a bit late. I do have lots of other slides. And then the other thing I want to say, like, I'm a woman. I develop tech, and that is actually very rare. There isn't very many women in tech. So anybody on the call here, I would urge anybody that is interested in tech development, in knowing more about technology, in using more technology, to put your head out there and just go for it and learn, and not to stay behind in any possible way. And that would be in the last few events I've gone to, I have shown that we are not represented, even in Europe or the US, we are not represented, and the whole technology industry is being developed in a very biased way, because it's kind of we say that drugs were developed in a biased way because it was developed for men, and the health, the healthcare was also developed. But now I think we are here, we are smart, we have the knowledge, and then we are well able to be part of this huge transformation that is coming our way. And I will finish with this. I do have lots of other slides, but I'm well past my allocated time, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bakir, for your excellent presentation, the role of artificial intelligence in transforming pharmacovigilance practices and enabling proactive safety monitoring. So, which is a very important area for the future. So, sir, sir, if you won't have any question from Dr. Bakir, you may ask.
Yeah, I have one question. What are the biggest challenges in integrating AI drone safety monitoring across diverse data sources, such as electronic health reports, spontaneous reports, social media, and patient support programs? And how can organizations ensure regulatory compliance while doing so?
I think there's lots of questions into one question, because all of those systems were developed at different times and for different purposes. And today, I think we need to rethink it all from scratch, because even let's use an example like EDC to a safety database. Sometimes we struggle to get EDC to talk to a safety database. We've been doing it for years, and why does it not connect? Why does it not look the same? And the same, like I have, for example, EHR. I have a patient, I'm putting in all my notes, and then I want, if there's a case to report. I think it's because the way the industry, they weren't, like, we all very much in silos, and we still are in silos. If you think about the harmonization of the regulatory authority, like, we're still writing different documents for different regulatory authorities. So I don't think we are there yet, but I think we need to work towards having integration of data. And then that question is a really cool question, because what I'm seeing from pharma companies is that they are looking to create a semantic layer, which is where all the information sits. So let's say I have data from any source. The literature is one that I'm interested. So one block will be the literature. The other one will be cases coming from electronic health records. The other one would be insurance claims. The other one would be anything from the real world or clinical trials. So that semantic layer will be able to normalize the data for us to read the data in a way that will be able to give us answers. If the data is coming in little squares, that's how I see it. I'm kind of a visual person, so unstructured data is a mess because there's just words everywhere. But when you think about structured data that comes into blocks, but if they don't talk, if that block doesn't match this one, it's not going to work. So we're going to have to put this data into a semantic layer and make them talk, but we're going to have to see the data in a slightly different way. And I think we are not there yet, but I know, from attending large events for big tech, that they're all working on that semantic layer at the moment.
Thank you, Dr. Becker. And do you see regulators eventually accepting AI-generated safety assessments as primary evidence for signal detection, or will human medical review remain mandatory for foreseeable future?
For now, yes. For now, the medical review, the scientific review is part of the system. So we can use AI, for example, to do exclusions. Like in the case of the literature, it's more for exclusion than for inclusion. But the review of saying, like, you can't imagine having a new signal that was solely created by AI. Maybe in the future it will be, and you will be able to rebut it or say, well, this is a mistake. But today, I don't think we can, today we are not, we are definitely not. And signal management is mostly done still by humans and physicians and scientists. And then I don't think the end of the end of the professional in pharmacovigilance is here. But I think we are definitely going to have to change how we do things. So the starting point of pharmacovigilance being case processing, I think that might not be I don't know how many years from now, but let's say, I don't know, 2 years, maybe 3, that case processing will be something that we no longer need to do because the data will be migrated into a system.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of hype going about the AI systems, but we have a far way to go to harmonize them, and that is acceptable to the regulatory.
Yeah, they are using it at different, they are also experimenting with it and seeing where it works and where it doesn't work.
Thank you, Dr. Becker, and thank you for the nice presentation, and thank you for very nice answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
So any other question? If anybody is having any other question, please ask so that we can move on to the next session.
I have a question, Jyoti.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you, Nicole. This is Pippa, and I hope we haven't connected for a long time.
Yes.
But Nicole and myself, we have worked together, and I know her very well. I see that Dr. Jalali asked some very important questions, and Nicole has answered it. But when I started doing pharmacovigilance some 30 years back, I started with, we are going to be doing personalized medicine. And it's 30 years now. And still we are not even there. We are not even scratching the bottom of it. So I still believe that AI being so, especially in context to pharmacovigilance, we have automated tools which we have, I think it was put in practice some 25 years back and 25 years back, and they are working very well. I think there will be parts of it which of AI which can be adapted, but not the entire system will be adapted. I don't think in my lifetime I'll see that.
I agree with you, but
Yes.
you know what scares me is the size of the investment.
Correct.
So think about today, there's 1 trillion in OpenAI and there's 1 trillion in Anthropic. That's how much they're worth. So here alone is 2 trillion I was going 2 trillion million, $2 trillion. I think
Yes.
the difference now is the size of the investment. We'd never had such a big, think about like, that's why I think things are going to happen, because there has been, the investment is so huge
Yeah.
that if it doesn't work, what, I don't know if everything works. I'm no, I
And
don't.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm from the UK, and we have NHS, right? A huge a medical body there, and the government wanted to put in the IT infrastructure. That has failed so many times. It has failed so many times. So I do not see that in that the pharmaceutical industry can take that failure, because if there is one failure somewhere, because everything is interconnected in safety, in pharmacovigilance, because safety is in the heart of everything, right from clinical toxicity, preclinical studies, toxicity, until the entire life cycle in the clinical drug development, and then post marketing and real world evidence. I mean, I started my journey in pharmacovigilance with real world evidence, working with the GPs, doing prescription event monitoring, and we were far advanced when the pharma companies were not even at that stage. And now, how many pharma companies work doing, real world evidence? Very little. But this is going to gather speed. But and I totally agree with Nicole, that the investment is so huge, going into trillions, and it will going to go furthermore. I don't think there will ever be that, oh, everything is going to be AI. I don't foresee that. Maybe I may be wrong, but that's what I foresee.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. So we'll move on to the next session. So our next speaker is Dr. Mircea Shike, MD. He is a well-known expert in global pharmacovigilance and a constant presence at various pharmacovigilance conferences as a speaker, moderator, chairperson. He is involved in all aspects of pharmacovigilance in both development and post-marketing settings, leading various teams of safety physicians and scientists. Mr. Shike has about 20 years of experience in drug safety. A long time, he held various positions as a global head medical safety, therapeutic area and head medical and clinical drug safety, DIPT, QPB, senior pharmacovigilance medical manager, drug safety advisor at a large and or mid-sized pharmaceutical companies in Netherlands and Switzerland. After successfully establishing and leading the medical scientific department of a medium-sized CRO in Rotterdam. After graduating from University of Medicine and Pharmacy in Bucharest, Romania, he became a specialist in emergency medicine and later in obstetrics and gynecology. He was involved in clinical practice and academic teaching for about 12 years. Later, he has completed postgraduate studies in pharmacovigilance at University of Hertfordshire, UK. So I welcome speaker Dr. Mircea Shike. And before that, I request our chairperson, sir, to interact with our speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think he's taking a very important topic of this fakes, frauds, and vigilance, particularly nowadays what's going in the digital media. So it's a very challenging, to differentiate the real and the fake. And I think we'll hear from Dr. Mircea, who's expert in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jalali, for your addition to the nice introduction. And thank you, Dr. Chinmaya and the Global Pharmacovigilance Society for inviting me to this wonderful event. Thank you, the audience, to stay with us in the second day of the event. I think you have seen a lot of interesting presentation yesterday and this morning by Nicole. So I will, in the interest of time, noticing that it's quite late, then I will start my presentation. Allow me to try to share my screen. Please let me know when you are able to see my screen. Okay, so it's now visible.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
let
it's
me
visible, sir.
put it in a show mode. Is this better?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit on this indeed very actual topic related to counterfeit, to falsified medicine, and what is in for us in pharmacovigilance, how we can help fight against this important element that it's a block on our road to protect patient, to ensure patient safety. This is just a disclaimer, and in addition to what you see on the slide, I will add that this presentation will not offer you an advice what will be your next handbag from Gucci or Louis Vuitton, and where you can buy original one versus a fake one. With that being said, I would like to go a little bit to the definitions and the magnitude of the problem, then to look on the causes for it, but also impact on patients. What are the MH obligations? If we'll have time, maybe we will go a little bit in details in a couple of case studies, and we will close the presentation with some takeaway messages. So regarding the definitions, you have to be aware that there are no globally agreed definitions. There are definitions which are issued by various bodies, and you see here a sort of version of it that is coming from WHO, but each authorities, FDA, EMA, PMDA, CDSCO, then they have different interpretation maybe of the same concept. Overall, we are talking about three major parts of the problem, which are the drug shortage, when you have a huge demand and you cannot offer enough supply to satisfy the demand. And then you have substandard medicines, which are usually the quality of these products is below the standards of the approved standards. And then you have the falsified medicine or the counterfeit, which are deliberately misrepresenting the brand, the identity, the composition, what is in the medicine, or the source of it. Going a little bit in more depth to that, I think that there is a need to differentiate between falsified and counterfeit. To be honest with you, I think the difference is more at the philosophical and maybe legal level. For us in pharmacovigilance, it's pretty much the same. If it is a falsified medicine or if it is a counterfeit, it pretty much has the same meaning for us. And by the way, actually in MEDRA, we have codes related to counterfeit. We have the PTs related to counterfeit. We don't have a separation of it. There is a separation at the level of LLT, but as we know, for us, for many processes, importance are the PT. And there are three PTs: suspicion of counterfeit, and then it's about the third one is related to the counterfeit details. So looking from a legal perspective, falsified, it's focusing on the fraud and on the safety. These are the dangerous products for the patient because they are inducing a deliberate deception regarding the quality and ingredients. So it's a medication that contains the wrong active ingredient or no active ingredient at all, which is usually many times the happy situation, or it contains various degrees of an active ingredient or similar active ingredient. So these are the high-risk products to induce harm at the patient level. The counterfeit are mostly referring to the term is referring to the intellectual property. So to the brand damage, that is then a medication that copies the packaging and the logo of the legitimate brand, but doesn't take care of the quality aspects of that. So it's just mimicking the look of a brand name product. And usually that's is following other routes from that, might not be necessarily unsafe for the patients. So falsified, it's the harmful content. Counterfeit is mostly to the intellectual property referring. However, we need to consider both that could be bringing more hazard to the patients using those products. And then if we look at the drug shortage and the counterfeit, if both of them are happening in the same time, that usually creates what we call a perfect storm. And usually you see this in a sequence. There is a drug shortage, which is visible, available, and the information is there, out there. Even sometimes it's planned or is foreseen. And then you have the masters of the counterfeit interfering and deciding, oh, that's actually a good business opportunity, so let's jump on it and try to take advantage, because the patients will be in the need to ensure the supply, and they will look all over the place to find what they need, and then they are easily subjected to this fraud or to these fake products. So that's the intersection that it's usually the most dangerous for the patients. And that's why we in PV, we are interested in both, because if we are able to predict or to foresee the shortages, then we are able to put in place also strategies that will help to minimize the risk for the patients using the falsified products. If we talk about the magnitude of the products, of the problem, then you can see that pretty much all authorities worldwide are very much interested and following on this topic, especially, for example, for shortages. You have, I cannot imagine a national authority that doesn't have a page dedicated where they indicate or they make publicly available information about the existing or the predicted shortages, in order for the hospitals, for the pharmacies, and for the patient and prescribers to take the right measures to ensure that they will be less affected by the shortages. Why is that happening? Usually it's about manufacturing quality. You know, you manufacture a product, you end up to have the QP reviewing the documentation and then say, nope, the quality is not good, we are not going to release this batch. But to manufacture something else, another batch, that will take time. So usually the quality issues on the manufacturing line, or the missing the API, the raw material to manufacture the drug, that is usually the reason for the shortages. However, sometimes might be business decision. They don't supply a region because it's considered as less important than others. Might be a surging demand on a particular region, especially when you have an epidemic or burst of a particular disease, which might be characteristic for a country or a region. Or you might have regulatory delays in approving maybe the modified dossier for the new product. You have just some changes on the manufacturing line, and then you submit that for approval, but the approval, it's delayed. So then you are running out late with the new batches, and therefore some regions might not get the supply on time. If we look at the counterfeits, WHO estimates that in low and middle income countries, 1 in 10 products, it's substandard or is falsified, and affects everything from oncology, life-saving drugs, to simple analgesic like paracetamol and ibuprofen. So that was leading, and it's especially visible in rapid developing countries like India, that you see the increased number of online pharmacies, and also the illicit supply chains, which are developing very fast on the region. These are just some examples of some recent activities from the authorities. A combination is not only the medicines authorities, but they are working together with administrative, with police, with other governmental bodies in order to fight this epidemic of counterfeits. And this, you see an example from Romania, which was very recent and triggered actually a very strong reaction from Eli Lilly, because there was a supplement that was sold having the brand name of Mounjaro, which is very popular, and pretty much everybody knows that it's a very highly effective drug in helping to lose some weight. And also they put the Swiss flag as a symbol of the high quality of the product, but actually it's a dietary supplement, and it's you see here that it's tablet, it's capsules. So we know that the original Mounjaro, it's actually an injectable, a parenteral drug, while this is a capsule, an oral drug. So for sure, educated person will figure it out that this is a fake. However, the normal patient doesn't know. They see the Swiss flag, they see Mounjaro, so they just take it. Now, if we look at the causes of it, we briefly touch on that. So it's also easy to see the link with pharmacovigilance. Sometimes, actually, we are the cause of the drug shortage because we found a quality issue that requires a recall and that disrupts the availability of the product in a certain market, or we fail to update the product information with new safety information, and therefore authority are rightfully asking us to stop distribution of the product until we fix the problem. So that shows that we need to be fast in generating, evaluating and the signals, and then putting that information available out in the label for the patients and prescribers. And sometimes that's also the misinformation that is leading to shortages, because we made public that we found a signal, or authority is making public that it's asking us to look after a signal, but that generates a panic on the market, and then the patients, they don't feel safe to continue to take the product, and therefore that leads actually to discontinuing or disrupting the intake of the product, which is having the same effect like a shortage. What can happen to the patients in case of a shortage? Of course, therapy disruption, the delay or interruption of important treatments, think about epilepsy, things about diabetes and other things. The patient might be obliged to switch to other alternatives that they don't know that well, they don't know how to control it, how to administer it, but also their prescribers might not be able to advise them very quickly how to adapt the new product, the new treatment to their own particular situation. Deepa was mentioning personalized medicine earlier, so it's still a problem nowadays indeed. And a lot of other dosing errors, medication errors, is the burden on the healthcare system, because they need to, the prescribers need to look for alternative solutions, and then might take rush decision to supply another product that might not be as efficient as the one that is in the shortage. Overall, this will lead to reduced trust in the health systems and in our ability to help patients. Now, if we talk about the counterfeits, then of course the major risk is direct toxicity. Contaminants or unknown APIs, unknown active substances that are there in the product, then you might have direct toxicity that you cannot really predict. You know your safety profile of your product, but remember, this is not your product. So you cannot guess what can happen to the patient when they use this one. I was mentioning earlier, the happiest situation for the patient is when there is no active substance. So there is nothing happening to the patient, but the lack of efficacy, especially in life-saving drugs or in drugs that are under very narrow therapeutic index, that's a dramatic, can lead to dramatic effects, the lack of efficacy. If we talk about antibiotics, the use of subtherapeutic dose or the wrong antibiotic might lead to promotion of the antimicrobial resistance, which you know that it's a global problem nowadays. But also, these are ADRs that will get reported to us, but we don't know how to assess it. We are assuming that it's our product until it's proven that it's a fake, and that might lead to wrong decision and wrong signals for our original product. Now, of course, these are situations that are foreseen by the health authorities, and then they try to put in place a system that will help to fight against. Now, part of the task is on their side, but of course, our part as market authorization holder is very important also. We need to, and as pharmacovigilance professionals, we need to ensure that we have a robust PV system, a good signal management process, and we are mastering the risk management plans. And these are our contribution to the fight against shortages or counterfeits. So remember that an important element is communication. So we need to communicate to the authorities whenever we have a suspicion or a confirmation that there is a shortage or there is a counterfeit product. And that's mandatory reporting in many regions and many countries nowadays. And at the end of the day, our PV system is described in the PSMF, so you need to be sure, or you need to ensure that you have in the PSMF mentioning what you are doing in case of a shortage or in case of a counterfeit, including at the level of signal detection, risk management, and communication with the regulatory agencies. And that's highlighted in the directive from the EU and also on the subsequent activities coming from the European authorities regarding the safety features that will help to prevent or to fight against the counterfeit, to identify easy the counterfeit. And these are just two examples of these elements: the unique identifier, the barcode, and the anti-tampering device. That all these are in accordance with the Commission regulation from 2016. Now, the situation in Europe is not unique. It's similar in US, and there you have the REMS instead of risk management plans, but also you have the reporting of the counterfeit via the Drug Safety Act and also the CARES Act to report the shortages. All these two regulations are implying that the market authorization holder, they need to report towards the FDA the potential shortages or the suspected or confirmed shortages in a very short time. And Japan is not much different than that, and I'm sure that in India you have also similar provisions issued by the CDSCO. Now, what we can do when we talk about shortages and then the counterfeit on our side, we start with detection of these things. Sometimes we get notified about these elements, usually by our colleagues from supply chain or from quality, or eventually via our regulatory colleagues. But many times we can be actually the source of detection if we are performing well our activities, our routine activities for signal detection, and if we capture the need to detect counterfeit or to detect shortages or outcomes of the shortages through our regular signal detection process. That needs to be foreseen, that needs to be captured in your signal detection strategy for the products, especially the products which are either at a high risk to get counterfeits, or that they put the life or the safety of patients at risk when they get into the shortage or they are not available for the patients. And that's you can build up reports that will help you, and also you can train your PD professionals to look for these unusual reports or clusters of lack of therapeutic effects that can signal a counterfeit or a quality defect or eventually a shortage, the result of a shortage. Now, literature monitoring, and I think Nicole has briefly touched on that, can be also a source of it. You will be surprised to see that actually many academics, in order to popularize or to make the people aware about this, they can report individual cases of use of counterfeit, especially when those cases they have a dramatic impact on the patient safety. They are very eager to communicate that at the conferences or posters, or to put it on the social media, on the web pages of the hospital, of their clinics, as these are usually very unusual unique cases that can qualify for a case report in a well-known journal. Now, our role is not limited to signal detection, to signal management, but through the case processing and the triage, we need to ensure that we flag potential cases of counterfeit or lack of efficacy, and those are sent to the authorities, but also reviewed in the safety department, especially by the medical safety team, and then they are communicating that inside to the company, to other stakeholders, regulatory, quality, communication, medical information, but also their safety is then part of the team which is deciding on the risk minimization actions, one of them being direct communication to the healthcare professionals or digital letters to warn about the risk associated with a shortage or with existence of some counterfeits. As I mentioned, such a crisis requires actually cross-functional work. It's not PV alone that can solve the problem. We might be able to detect it, but we are not the ones that are responsible, or we are not the only ones that need to sort it out. We have to work together with our colleagues, mostly from quality, supply chain, and manufacturing, to understand the shortage forecast, the recall management, to understand if there was a counterfeit and how it was confirmed or how it is investigated, but also to work with our colleagues from regulatory affairs for communicating that to the authorities, and later on to ensure that we implement any risk minimization measures that we're putting in place. And those risk minimization measures need to be designed together with medical affairs, together with commercial, because they know the region, the market, they know the local specifics and what could be the most effective measure to put in place, and communication to help us to draft the text and to distribute it as largely as possible on all channels to ensure that we reach out to all patients and prescribers involved. And don't forget legal. That can help us to be sure that we don't do mistakes on our side, but also that we are doing everything by the book and following the local and the regional laws and regulations. I will skip the two cases in the interest of time. One of them is related to potential shortages for very important drug for epilepsy. And the other one, it's actually a counterfeit related to warfarin, to the anticoagulant drug. But I hope the slides can be shared thereafter, and then you can look at these slides and you can ask me questions if you have. Now, in the fight against counterfeit and against the shortages, then there are a few elements which are very important. So the cross-functional work, it's essential. The crisis communication plan to exist already and to have it there with some sketches, with some templates developed that will help to act rapidly when there will be a crisis, and will be the case. But don't forget about the enhanced surveillance that we need to put in place to ensure that we detect signals related to shortage or counterfeits as soon as possible in our system. And communication, it's also communication internally. You need to set up the right interfaces to be able to get the communication from supply chain or manufacturing whenever they foresee a shortage. They should let PV know, hey, you might get a bunch of cases of lack of efficacy or side effects related to the switch to another product. And also when they detect a counterfeit, they should also inform us to watch in our database to see if we have similar cases from the region, with the same adverse events reported that might signal that there is a larger problem with that particular counterfeit. It's not an isolated situation. Yes? Sorry, there was a question? Okay. Now, it's very important to think if that risk of falsified medicines or of shortages is very important for the patient and can lead to serious side effects, then you might need to consider that as an important risk to be mentioned in the risk management plan. Of course, at the time of the approval, that will be an important potential risk, but as soon as you get the evidence that is really happening and it's affecting patient, you might need to promote it to important identified risk. And you will need to have the appropriate strategies to minimize the risk for the patients regarding those particular products. What could make such a risk very important to end up in the RMP? Drugs that are in very high demand and they are in a global shortage, and you know the story with the GLP-1s at the beginning, that there was not enough production. That's why, for example, in US, they work with the compounding pharmacies to make more drug available. But also the oncology drugs, which are very high cost per unit and make them very interesting for the criminals. But also the biologics, which the patient cannot make the difference between a fake and the real product if the labels and the packages is very similar. And now the surge of online pharmacies is really facilitating the distribution of fake or illegal drugs. How an RMP can address the risks? Again, the safety features that we mentioned to track the products from manufacturing to the patient and to be able to identify or to make the difference between an original and the counterfeit. Education material to be distributed not only to patients, but mostly to pharmacy and doctor to be able to realize when they are releasing or they are seeing a fake product versus the original one, and the very strict reporting to the local authorities to ensure cooperation to trace the falsified products until the source is identified. Now, this is not valid only for India, but I think it's for many parts of the globe. But yeah, the lack of or the less quality of the product, the substandard product, it's also a big problem, a big issue. Then the counterfeit, which are growing constantly, especially due to this increase in the online medicine ecosystem. So CDISCO is very, very aware of it and is trying to do their best to put in place regulations that will help to fight against it. And what that means for the future, and again, not only India, but in many parts, and it's for us in PV, we need to ensure that we have integrated data, with or without AI, and we communicate more often, and we have the right interfaces with quality, with supply chain and manufacturing. And maybe we need to develop new PV competencies in terms of signal analytics to be able to detect product quality, shortages and counterfeits, and to ensure that we have a system in place to have a cross-functional governance addressing the problem immediately when it's appearing, and then to have communication already available for that. So we need to move from passive to more proactive patient safety intelligence hub attitude nowadays. So proactive analytics, always looking at the root cause. What could have caused this side effect? Is that the active substance, or might be something else, including maybe a counterfeit? We need to ensure that we do continuous benefit risk assessment, and we take in consideration shortages and counterfeits when we discuss benefit risk. And of course, if needed, we can do a past study, for example, to identify alternative way to address a shortage. What will be the replacement product, or what will be the advice that we can give to the patient in case that the shortage is happening. The key takeaways is that you need to ensure advanced analytics are in place. There is a proactive planning, looking always after shortages and counterfeits possibility, an integrated view across all the data that we have, and continuous communication and cross-functional work with other departments. And of course, transparency internally, transparency towards the outside world, regulators and patients and prescriber alike. You have to be aware that what the inspectors will look in 2026 and further is that you have procedures in PV space related to shortages and product falsification, what you are going to do in such situations. You have interfaces with quality manufacturing and supply chain, that you have strategies that are looking for shortages and counterfeits. You have in place already draft or templates for crisis communication and for cross-functional governance, and everything is actually in the PSMF somewhere in the section of the PSMF mentioned as being available. So keep in mind, counterfeits and shortages are direct threats to patient safety, and we have a crucial role in detecting, assessing, and communicating these risks. So vigilance is key. We need to keep looking for signs of potential shortage or counterfeits or falsified medicines, and we need to communicate that to other stakeholders internally and externally, and everything needs to be reflected in the PSMF. With that, I have spoken, and I think this is the way to better protect our patients. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor, for sharing your valuable insights on this topic. The examples and case study you presented were truly superb and help us understand the real world challenges. So as we are running out of time, I request, sir, if you have any question, you may ask, and then we'll move for the next sessions.
I can just ask one question. How can the pharmacovigilance teams effectively differentiate between genuine safety signals and misinformation, fraudulent reports, or data manipulation in today's digital environment?
That's a complicated question, and actually is not directly related to counterfeits. Yes, misinformation all over the place. And I think the classical examples are the one happening in pandemic. And then you can ask a question, actually, how much or how good it's the transparency? Is that doing any good to patients and doctors, or is actually helping this misinformation? Because it's classic example, they look in VIRES database and they found 10 people that died, and they just happened that they got the vaccine, and then they connected the things without doing a proper causality assessment, and that became news globally. The vaccine is killing people. So it's very hard. And I think we need to work towards increasing awareness in the patients, also on prescribers, what we are doing and how we are doing it, and then to use the help of experts in communication to go out more often and to explain our findings and our signals and our activities for doctors and patients to better understand what is the exact risk. And like Pipa says, yeah, I'm also waiting for that personalized pharmacovigilance when, we put in the label, patient may experience headache because of the product in 4.8, but what the doctor needs is, how can I translate that for the patient that sits in front of me? What can I understand? We have only one PT word in the label that doesn't tell anything to the prescriber. So we need to do more in communicating, hey, we put headache in the label because we found 20 cases in the clinical trial, and the cases are like this, 3 days after you start the drug, and you have to stop or to decrease the dose. We need to give more information to the patients. But right now, there are administrative blocks. Maybe AI will be able to solve, will be able to interrogate various sources of information and to bring the answer to the physician in the moment when the patient is in front of them and tell, hey, don't give this because it has an interaction with the other drug, so stop this. I think I'm allowed to dream about this day.
Thank you. Do you think AI will be able to help in detecting counterfeit medicines?
I think so, if indeed we manage to generalize the tracking, and then if that AI agent or assistant will be there available in the hospital, at the prescriber, in the patient, in the app, in the patient, they will just scan a barcode or something, and then you will say, oh, this is not a genuine product, it's a fake. You will be able to interrogate databases with the barcodes, and then you will identify the product immediately, or just make a picture of the product, and then the AI assistant will go and check. Oh no, be aware that they use orange, and this is not conform to the original, which is red. Something like that, I think, can be put in place to help patient to distinguish. But the other problem is, the willingness. The original is too expensive or is hard to find. So they will be tempted to use this fake product, which are easily available for them or a much cheaper price. And they think that, they get a good deal out of that.
Thank you, Doctor, for your nice presentation and nice answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sit. So moving forward, thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for moderating this session. So moving forward, we are having Dr. Satyavata Jana sir. He is the professor and principal at Parali School of Pharmacy. So I think we will moderate the next 2 sessions. And let me share the next speakers. Yes, sir. Are you there, sir? Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Hello, Dr. Chinmay. Whether I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Chinmay, and thank you very much to entire team behind you, and all the back support to you, all the moderators, all the conveners, those who are there, all the speakers, those who have given their valuable time, and beautifully, and lastly, the audience. The audience, whoever it will be there, great audience, and their patience listening, and we are connecting with the globally to all the members throughout the world, to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chinmay. Now our next speaker is Dr. Sovik Chatterjee, who is the Associate Director, R&D Quality Lead, Bristol Mayor, and he's having a rich experience of 20 years, having good vigilance practices as well as good clinical practices. He's having more than 200 GCP audits across the America, Europe, Middle East, Africa, Asia, and all other countries. Dr. Sovik Chatterjee also having a good speakers and having a good quality team. He worked various companies like Novartis, Hetero, Lupin, Tata, and other companies. Currently, he is leading the team of clinical quality assurance and pharmacovigilance quality assurance, risk governance, operations, and data digital excellence, and research and development quality lead for Bristol Mayor. In the training, he has completed, hold a PhD degree in molecular microbiology from Jadavpur universities, along with collaboration with University of Texas. Now I request our convener to coordinate with our speakers. Over to you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Savik sir, are you there?
Yes, I can start. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Satyavrata, for the nice introduction. I just want to confirm that you can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like to first of all want to thank all of you. I know that we are running little late, and I'll try to complete and move a little faster on time. This is a very important topic in today, which we are going to discuss. So first, I'll wish everyone a good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the patient listening so far, and thank you for being here today. So before I start my presentation, I would like to confirm one thing that the presentation and the topic which I am presenting here is completely on my views, and this does not present the view of my organization or my employer. Having said that, we are going to talk about the following topics in the agenda. So first, I'm going to talk about the data privacy business case, why this is required to discuss today, and with the leaders, with our PV colleagues, with the peers in the industry. What is the regulatory landscape? The GDPR, obviously all of us know what is the complexities of that, what are the challenges of that, and why this is specifically required for PV. So we are also going to discuss about two important topics, standard contractual clauses and the transfer impact assessment, TIA. What will be the proposed mitigation strategies from our experience we have so far learned in the industry? What are the implementation roadmap, the emerging trends and the future proofing, and what is the plan for the current year and the next 2 to 3 years? Also, I'd like to propose some of the call of the action for all of us. So to start the discussion, let us try to understand that why this is required to discuss this today. So before we get into the technical detail, I want to ground this conversation in why it belongs in this room at this leadership table. The financial exposure alone is significant. The GDPR fines for cross-border data transfer violation can reach to 20 million euros or 4% of the global annual turnover of your company, whichever is higher. And these are not theoretical numbers. In recent years, we have seen multi-million euro enforcement actions against major pharmaceutical and technology organizations, specifically for inadequate cross-border transfer mechanism. But financial risk is not only part of the theory or the story. Consider the operational dimension as well. Our pharmacovigilance obligation, expedited safety reporting, signal management, regulatory submission depend on the uninterrupted flow of the safety data across the borders. If a transfer mechanism fails or is found non-compliant, the operational consequences are immediate. Reporting timelines will be jeopardized, regulatory relationships are strained, and patient safety oversight is compromised. Having said that, and there are reputational dimension as well. Patient trust is the foundational for our license to operate. A high-profile data privacy breach involving patient safety data does not just create the regulatory exposure. It creates a headline that follows an organization for years. On the flip side, however, the equally important organization has to get this right. That build a robust, transparent, and agile data governance transfer. This is why the cross-border PV data privacy is not a compliance department issue. It is a broad level strategic priority. So let us see the regulatory landscape for this. So It has started in 2025 and 2021 to be precise, when we have seen that there are a lot of the regulatory importance and there are a drastic change in this scenario. The most important concept to understand is the regulatory adequacy decision. So if you see here in this slide, so there are new adequacy decisions, evolving frameworks, as well as the emerging localization pressures. What this means, meaning that throughout the world, there is a change in the data privacy and restriction of the usage of the data outside the particular region. Why is that? Because every country would like to protect their patients' data, their citizens' data. The European Commission's formal recognition that a particular country offers an equivalent level of the data protection in the EU, when the adequacy exists, data can flow freely. When it does not, we need additional legal mechanism, and those come with cost, complexity, and risk. The good news is that the adequacy landscape has expanded. Singapore has granted the adequacy status in late 2024, significant for organization with the Asia Pacific PV operations. Taiwan is in the advanced or consideration, and India critically important for the organization with the global delivery centers and the CRO partners is in the active adequacy discussion following the enactment of the Digital Personal and the Data Protection Act in the recent years in India. The more challenging news is that the existing adequacy decisions carry the ongoing risk. The EU-US data privacy framework, which underpins the transfer of the PV data to the US-based safety vendors, affiliates, regulatory authorities, is subject to the annual review. And layered on the top of this growing trend towards the data protection, China, India, Russia, and several other emerging markets are increasingly requiring that certain categories of the personal data, including health data, be processed and stored locally. This creates direct tension with the global and centralized models that have many of the PV operation team has, or the pharmacological and the pharmacovigilance organizations have. The bottom line is that the regulatory terrain is dynamic, the directionally more restrictive, and requires active real-time monitoring, not once in a year compliance review. So what are we going to do in this situation? So let us start with the most stringent condition regulatory requirement, which is the GDPR framework. So let me briefly walk you through the three-tier framework that governs all the cross-border personal data transfer under GDPR. And what each tier means in the practice. So the first is a tier one. So tier one is the simplest one. Okay. So adequacy decision. What is meaning of that? If the country you are transferring the data to has been recognized as adequate by the European Commission, the transfer can proceed without any additional or legal mechanism. For PV, this covers key jurisdiction including the United Kingdom, Japan, South Korea, Switzerland, all significant for our operation. Next comes the tier 2. What is the tier 2? Tier 2 is where most of the complexity lives. For transfer of the countries without adequacy, including the United States, under certain conditions. Many APAC markets is very important for us because we all belong to that, and our GCCs and all the most of the deliveries are from here. So most of the Latin America, we need what GDPR calls appropriate safeguarding, the appropriate guardrails, right? The two most important for our industry are the standard contractual clauses, or we call SCCs, and the binding corporate rules, or BCRs. The standard contractual clauses are contractual commitments between the data exporter or the importer. And BCRs are the group-wide data protection framework appropriate by the regulators. Both are workable mechanism, but both require documentation, due diligence, and ongoing maintenance. These are very important for any audit and inspection purpose. And the last one is a tier 3 derogations. What is a tier 3 derogation? Is the last resort, meaning that this covers exceptional circumstances such as vital interest or explicit patient consent to share that information in that particular country or that particular area. In PV, this tier has limited application, though it can be relevant in emergency pharmacovigilance scenarios as well. The key execution message here is that having a valid legal mechanism for every transfer route is not optional. Each and every international PV data flow to the CRO, to the safety vendors, to your regulatory authority system, to an affiliate must sit within one of these three tiers, 1, 2, 3. And it must be documented. That documentation is what regulators will ask for the first in an enforcement investigation about any kind of data transfer investigation. So how we are going to mitigate the risk and what are the risks for that? So if we discuss about the risk, so these are the 4 type of the risk we have if we consider the PV specific data transfer. So let me spend few minutes on this on the this kind of risk here. The first dimension is what I call the PV data privacy paradox. We have on one hand a legal obligation under pharmacovigilance regulation to share the patient safety data globally. You say any kind of serious adverse event information, your periodic safety reports, your any kind of aggregate data summary, signal detection, you need to consider global data with the regulatory authorities, with the safety monitoring committees, with your partner organization. But that very same data containing the patient identities, diagnosis, adverse event carries the highest level of the privacy protection under GDPR as special category health data. We are simultaneously required to share it and required to protect it. So that is what I am saying, that this is a privacy paradox. Managing that tension is a central compliance challenge. The second dimension is sensitivity of the data. An adverse event report is not just a data record. It contains patient's name, identifier, the medical history, their medication, their outcome. A breach of this data is not just a compliance failure. It is a breach of patient's trust at the most of the vulnerable moment in the healthcare journey. The third dimension is the third party ecosystem risk. Most of the PV operations rely on a complex chain of the vendors, like in our business, if you see CROs, safety database vendors, IT service provider, sub providers, if the data is in cloud, excuse me, affiliate network, business partners. Each link in that chain is a potential compliance vulnerability. And under GDPR, the original data controller, typically the MAH, retains the liability for the entire chain. And finally, there is the operational urgency dimension. We have 15-day expedited reporting requirement for serious unexpected adverse reactions. If a transfer mechanism fails, if a vendor is found non-compliant, if an adequacy decision is suddenly withdrawn, the operational impact is not a future problem. It is an immediate one with a direct patient safety consequences, compliance consequences. These 4 dimensions together explain why PV data transfer deserves dedicated executive attention and investment, separate from the general enterprise data and the compliance. So moving to the next slide, how and what is the standard contractual clause and the transfer impact assessment? So let me get practical on the 2 most important compliance related tools of the cross-border data toolkit. These are these 2, standard contractual clause and transfer impact assessment. So standard contractual clause are workhorse of an international data transfer compliance, we can say. It is implemented, it was started in around June 2021. the standard contractual clause framework introduced in a modular approach with 4 modules, each module designated for a different transfer relationship in PV terms. I think it was implemented around September 2021. It has came into the force. So the module 2 in the PV terms, the controller to the processor, is most commonly used transfer from an MAH to a CRO or a safety database vendor. Module 1 covers the affiliate to affiliate or the co-marketing partner transfer. Module 3 and 4 covers the sub-processor chains and the data return respectively. The critical point is that the SCCs, meaning that the standard contractual clauses must be properly executed, not simply attached to a master service attachment and forgotten. Many times we have the master service agreement of like 100 to 100 pages, and we do not go back and check that what are the commitments over there. So they must reflect the actual nature of the data relationship and actual data being transferred. They must be kept current, meaning that if you plan to change something in your data flow with your vendor, that must be reflected in your contract. As SCC executed 5 years ago in 2021, September 2021, against an outdated template covering a different data processing relationship than currently exists, is not a valid transfer mechanism. Transfer impact assessment, we call in short TIAs, right, are the other very essential component of this complex mage box. So any transfer to a country without adequacy status, and we have seen that different adequacy statuses now, right? A TIA is mandatory. And this actually creates the guardrails. It requires you to assess, document, and conclude on these things: the legal environment of the destination country, specifically surveillance laws, government access rights, and judicial readiness mechanism, the technical safeguards in place, the encryption in place, the pseudonymization in place, meaning that the access controls in place, the practical implementation reality which we are following should be documented, should be verified, and should be tested. It is not a one-time exercise. It requires annual refresher as the legal environment changes. So if there is any kind of changes in your operation, if there is kind of changes in the country's requirement, we need to look into it and verify it. So that is how these 3 components of the legal environment, technical safeguards, and practical review becomes very, very important. So if we come to the in terms of the mitigation strategies for these, seeing the complicated structure which we have, right? So let us find out that what are the mitigation strategies which we may have. So the first layer is the legal architecture which we have. So for this, the single most dangerous position in any organization can be uh, if it is resilient or a single transfer mechanism for a critical data flow. If the EU and US data privacy framework were invalidated tomorrow, as it is predecessors safe harbor or the privacy shield, both were, right? So these are there, and that has been replaced. So organizations with no backup mechanism in the place would race, or they will be getting into the trouble with immediate compliance crisis. So that is why it is very important that how is your contractual obligations with your vendors, with your service providers are mentioned. The second layer is called your technical safeguards, like end-to-end encryption with the keys held in the EU or the home jurisdiction, pseudonymization of the data of the patient identifiers before any cross-border transfers, right? So that is very critical. Zero trust network architecture for the global safety database access. These are not aspirational. They are actually the baseline expectation which are coming in the recent years for the enforcement environment. The third layer is your operational governance, vendor due diligence, contract management. Is there a question? Am I audible clearly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Souvik, just wind up.
Yeah, sure.
Time is running.
Yeah, sure. So moving on to the next point, how the implementation roadmap, right? So implementation roadmap is very important for the next steps. So in the phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3, we need to move that how we are moving from the implementation stage to the remediation stage and to the continuous compliance stage. So I make it very briefly here to the next slide so that you can see that what is the next steps. So these are the emerging trends of the 2026-2027, where you can see that it is not only the operation and the data integrity and the data privacy, but it also includes your AI powered compliance automation, your different type of the cryptographies, the regulatory harmonization is required. So what we need to do and what is your take our messages? So we also have some kind of best practices about the 2026 target and the 2027 targets, the KPIs, how we can mention that. But in the interest of time, I'll move forward to the take home messages. So what are the very important take home messages for us? So the most important take home messages is that 2026 is our execution year. If 2025 was about building the compliance foundation, mapping the transfer execution SCCs, completing the TIAs, establishing the governance, then 2026 is about making that foundation operational, tested, reliable under pressure, and the priorities should stand out. In 2027, we need to ensure that 2027 is not about only checking. It is the self-sustainable model to get the leadership in the data integrity and the data privacy field. So privacy talent pipelines should sustain the long-term organization capability. That was all from my side. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Souvik. Now over to our chairperson, Dr. Pipasa Biswas ma'am. What do you just interact with or any questions you have with Dr. Souvik?
Hello, hi, Dr. Shobik and all the audience. Can you hear me? Okay, am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Pipa, you're audible.
I think it was a great presentation, and this is so important in the field of pharmacovigilance. What do you think that we could do something better and it can be much more tighter in the way that we work that will help in this area?
Yeah, Dr. Pipa, thank you for the great question. So I think the immediate action which we do and which we can do immediately after going back from this is today is Sunday, right? So Monday or maybe next week, we can check our vendor contracts and see that if it covers the standard contractual agreement and the TIAs. And if it does not include that, we should immediately do a gap assessment and we should take the preventive and the creative necessary action to implement the standard contractual clauses and the TIAs with the existing vendor and any new vendor who are going to work on the PV data. So that will be my recommendation.
Yes, and as someone who has worked in pharmacovigilance, we have PB contracts with many of the departments that we work with internally and externally. And one of them is the legal department is also involved with the pharmacovigilance department to put in these contracts. Do you think with AI being such a hot topic, it could help in putting these contracts in place much more earlier so that these can serve it better?
You are very much absolutely on point, Dr. Pipa, and this is again not an option. This is not optional. It is mandatory because the EU AI Act has already mentioned in which data we can work on the AI, which data we cannot act with the AI. And again, when we are using the AI data, how this data will be processed, what will be the guardrails of the data. So legal pharmacovigilance, as you have rightly mentioned, we need to brainstorm with the IT to see the data flow where is this data, what is the encryption keys, where it is sitting. So it's a together multi-department work by through which we can maintain the compliance.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't think I have any more questions in the light of time. But if any, I see I think hand
Dennis's hand is raised,
raised.
yeah.
Dennis, if you can proceed with your question, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Dr. Chatterjee, for your wonderful presentation. It is really eye-opening what is happening and what should be happening and whether it can happen or not. I come from probably the lowest ranks here as the QPPV in country. And as QPPVs, we've just heard three very, very important presentations: AI, counterfeiting and falsified, and your presentation as well. From a lower perspective, how do we as QPPVs functioning within the countries that we do and working for sometimes many MAHs, how do we have any kind of influence on our jobs, on how we can add value in terms of all of these requirements that are expanding daily that we cannot cope with? And in my own personal opinion, I have the impression that PV is grudge money, that it doesn't make any finance, but it costs a lot of money. And therefore, everybody, the MAHs, the CROs, are wanting to get as much as possible from the people on the ground for as little as possible remuneration. However, we are the people that are seeing things, but our hands are tied in terms of how do we add value. Because for us to now go out on a limb again and try and talk to all of these things, you don't get the answers because it's going to cause revisions, which cost money. And so, do you have any kind of advice from your perspective? Because, I mean, contracts are very important. Data is vital. So how do we, from the level that I'm working at, how do we add value? Do you have any advice?
So Dennis, you have asked a very, very important question and very, very relevant. So as a QPVV, you should have oversight on the complete data flow. Accuracy of the data was now backdated. I should say that now European EMA has make it very much mandatory that the entire data life cycle we should have the visibility. It is how we are getting the data. Earlier, it was only the accuracy of the data is called data integrity, right? As you know, right? But now with the new EMA expectation that clinical data, any kind of GXP data, we have to ensure that it starts from the how we are getting the data, how we are managing the data, how we are maintaining the data. It is a proof the data is a proof of any kind of tampering. So one of the thing I would say that, and this is in all of our the documents like your PSMF document or the local document, we always maintain a list of the vendors with whom what are the type of the activities we maintain or we share the action items or the documents. So what we in my experience with the different companies that we did some gap assessment that to find out that what kind of data we are sharing and how these kind of data information and exchange of the data is mentioned in the particular contract. And if we find out any kind of gap, we immediately included this in our risk to find out, okay, this is the risk, and now coming out with the risk assessment and the mitigation strategy. As for example, for ICSR, if we see that the vendor has been, we have already sharing the information, the deducted information, but who is deducting the information? That many times marketing authorizations are very busy, so they are just sharing the information on the CMS form or the adverse event form without deducting the information from these countries. So this is a big issue, right? So we need to ensure that each of the vendor which is there in your list of the PSMF, we should include them and try to find out that what is the risk for this vendor if we do not have the proper guardrail. And if we have a proper guardrail, then if there is any kind of change in the, because many of the APAC countries, Dennis, there are many of the requirement has been changing. And so we have to continuously monitoring that through the regulatory intelligence, which obviously we are doing. But at the same time, at one time, we need to find out with your existing vendor that what are the guardrails which we have to have the data protection, pseudonymization of the data. So that will be my thought process. What do you think? That will be feasible considering the volume of the work you're managing?
Well, you know, the thing, we go right back to the finance, because at the moment I'm revising a PSMF and I've been told you can't have more than 10 hours. And I'm thinking, but there's so much that's changing. I need more time. And that's being allocated. So either I become a charity for the pharmaceutical industry, or you know, or you ignore all the developments that are going on, because not all the MAHs have got their fingers on the pulse of what is happening and how we have to change locally to be able to provide the data globally. You know, so yes.
So they have two options, Dennis. So either to extend your 10 hours to some reasonable hours, or to pay 20 million euro fine. So they can choose which one they want to do.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dennis. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Sovik. It will be there. It's a night interactions, everyone. All I think all have got an idea, everything. Thank you very much. Now moving ahead to our next speakers. It will be there, Dr. Chinmay, I think.
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Because we are running the time. Okay, this is our next speaker, Dr. Sekhu Sud Madam, who is the Director of Pharmacovigilance Operation Eversana. She holds both the degrees which are having a Bachelor Dental Surgery as well as Master Degree in Clinical Research. As a seasonal pharmacovigilance leader with more than 15 years of experience, she brings deep expertise building high-performing global operations, delivering strategies. Prior to Eversana, she worked with the Paraxel, which is successfully led the multiple enterprises level global programs for the clients across the EU and US markets. She plays a very vital role establishing, optimizing, and stabilizing ICSR teams with a strong focus on operational efficiency, quality, and maintaining high level of inspection readiness. With this expertise hand, may I request Dr. Sekhu Madam, please go ahead. And I'll request to our chairperson, sorry, to Pipasa Viswas Madam, if you have got any interaction with Dr. Sekhu Madam, please go ahead. Viswas Madam.
So, thank you for having to have the next speaker, and I think she will be talking about audit and inspections, which is a huge topic in the area of pharmacovigilance. In pharmacovigilance, we are constantly being monitored, not only by within the pharmaceutical company itself, having internal audits, but also we have partner audits and other audits. But more than that, we on very regular intervals, we have inspections from the regulatory health agencies. And for that, we have to be forever prepared. And I think this is an important topic which we would like to hear more. And then I think we'll open up to the audience with the questions, because this is, everyone should be very mindful of that because of less time, we might not be able to discuss more, but I'll put the next speaker to talk about this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. Over to Sekhu Sud Madam, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just taking a moment to share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to everybody.
Yes.
All right. So today I'll be covering a very important topic in pharmacovigilance, right? We all talk about compliance day in and out, right? So I've just curated a few slides and very simple slides, may not even take 20 minutes. And I will only talk about my experience of how the regulatory landscape has evolved. So first of all, I'll start by thank you, Dr. Chinmaya, and this Global Pharmacovigilance Committee for giving me this platform to speak and express my views here. It's an honor to be here today with the community of leaders and professionals. So I've spent almost 15 years in pharmacovigilance, and I have seen the landscape of regulatory evolving, and I've also seen the rising expectations of the regulatory. And there's one fundamental truth which I have come to recognize, and that's what I would like to talk about today. Audits and inspections, in my view, in my experience, we were, there were certain days and event, it was considered as an event, it's an inspection, or it's something very dreaded we would consider as, right? So, and everybody in the organization earlier on would, leave all the, non-urgent work aside and would start preparing for audits and inspections. But in reality, and in nowadays, while we run operations, it's exactly what I have learned is that it's the reflection of who we are as an organization on day-to-day basis. So it's just not an event. Audits and inspections are just not 2 days when we have to just, give a test. It's just not a 2-week sprint before the regulators arrive, right? It's a working model that we have to establish, right? And I would just like to present it that it should be a strategic capability of an organization more than a compliance exercise. So in the last decade and a half, what I've seen that pharmacovigilance landscape has evolved dramatically. So the amount of regulatory inspections that now the organizations are facing, I think it has just rampantly increased. And now that there's a rapid globalization, there are in AI-enabled workflows, there's an ever-expanding volume of safety data. So we see that even the regulators have become very, very thorough with what they want to see. And the question now is just not that, did you meet the regulatory requirement? I think the question is more on how you can demonstrate that control. Can you show that consistency? Can you prove that your process truly protect the patients? So that shift we have experienced. So I'm just not going to browse through the slides. I'm just going to share my little experience as to how we need to think beyond compliance and really integrate audit and inspection readiness as a part of a routine. So first of all, with a little disclaimer, whatever the content of this presentation is purely my view, my experience, and it doesn't reflect the views of my organization. So I'll quickly brief you through the agenda. So for the C-suite, I've just kept a little introduction of the pharmacovigilance. What is PV in the product life cycle, how it impacts, what is the objective of the PV systems, what is the approach used by agencies for the inspections, what are the authorities actually inspecting nowadays, why inspection readiness matters, what is inspection management for the organization, and what are the pillars of the successful inspection. And I'm talking about a few misconceptions that we normally see and the consequences of the poor inspections and the future of the PV inspections. So I'll just go through the first of all, what is pharmacovigilance? I think we've in past 1 or 2 days, we've been hearing a lot about pharmacovigilance. For the C-suite, it's just a science responsible for detecting, assessing, understanding, and preventing of the adverse events or any drug-related problems. I think this line is very self-explanatory. So what is the importance of PV in the product life cycle? So we all know before a product is authorized for use, of course, its evidence for safety and efficacy is limited. So, and why is that limited? Because we have very limited patients that are enrolled in the clinical trials, and only those people who are involved in the clinical trials, the safety data that we derive from those, only that is a part of the pre-authorization that we basically have. So once the drug is authorized, the drug is available to the masses, there can be a large number of side effects that may emerge, right? It is very important to collect that safety data for the safer use of the particular medicine. That is the entire purpose of PV in the product life cycle. So what is the objective of PV system inspections? So It's very simple. Why does the regulatory agency inspect us? To determine whether the marketing authorization holder has the following. And those following things are right personnel, right systems, and the right facilities in place to meet the pharmacovigilance obligations. That's the entire role of having a regulatory inspection. So what are the approaches being used by the agencies for different inspections? Number one is the PV system. If there are any changes in the QPPV, any major changes in the PSMF, org changes in management, that could alert a regulatory agency. Requirement of the risk management minimization activities, any mergers, acquisitions, or new product approvals, any of these could be a prompt for a regulatory agency to basically conduct an inspection. And of course, your inspection history across the GXP and the CAPA management. Your inspection history is paramount as a MAH to basically foresee at what frequency the inspections would be held by the agencies for you. So these are the few of the authorities which frequently have been conducting the PV inspections. I think EMA, MHRA, US FDA, PMDA for Japan, Health Canada, TGA, CDSCO. I think we've all heard about that. But what is different now? Now what we are seeing is that the regulatory landscape is widening. And there are so many other authorities which are inspecting the organizations on day-to-day basis. So we can see among the evolving regulatories are the Arab GVPs, China, India, Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, just to name a few. And also the member states of the EU, they are the ones which are basically having a very strong focus on the inspections now. In my past 2 years, in my organization, I have been inspected by 4 member states of the EU individually, not by the EMA alone. So now the focus and the regulatory landscape is really widening. If we think that we're going to prepare for an inspection before an inspection comes, that's never going to happen and that's never going to fly. So, and what our authorities basically inspecting is just, a pretty much elaboration of what we discussed, how well we are adopting to the regulatory guidelines, how is the implementation of the compliance framework, what is the focus on the QMS of the organization, and all of that, right? And I've also mentioned a few of the common areas where the regulatory agencies have a specific focus on. Very recently, we had the Health Canada inspection and a very specific focus on the unexpected lack of effect, which you would not find any other agency. Maybe that is not even the requirement of many agencies, right? And, they have very specific focus on what they would want to basically know more on. And likewise, there is a trend for every agency, I guess. So why inspection readiness matters? So audits and inspections, like I said, they reflect the organization culture. Gone are the days when, an audit would be announced or inspection would be announced and, everybody would get into work. Now, with the kind of inspections and with the frequency of the inspection that the organization are facing, if readiness is not a part of your everyday framework, we will not be able to pass an inspection. And ultimately, we are all working for a common motive, which is patient safety. The pharmacovigilance, the entire intent of having pharmacovigilance is to ensure patient safety. So inspection management for organization, the slide pretty much covers how a CRO or any organization can basically prepare for an inspection. So from the inspection, there are various inspection readiness activities which the CROs which are planning ahead in time are already taking care of. There are monthly exercises which are going on in the organization just to ensure at any point of time, your organization is ready to face an inspection. There are internal inspections which are hosted by the quality wings within the organizations, which are carried out with the same level of diligence and seriousness as that an inspection would occur. And of course, while we are being inspected as a CRO, if I specifically talk, the inspection would be for a specific customer or a client, right? There would be very, very extensive knowledge sharing lessons with the other customers, just to understand wherein we can improve further. There will always be scope of improvement. Everybody's continuously evolving. And always we should have an action plan within the organization. Of course, there will be deficiencies. Of course, there will be areas where everybody, or as an organization, we would have to develop, improve a very clear action plan. CAPAs must be there, which not only are implemented for a specific account, specific MAH, but the knowledge sharing should be disseminated. It should be disseminated across the organizations, making all the project managers aware of what kind of findings are coming in, so that everybody can prepare for an inspection before inspection actually happens. Review of the CAPA completion and CAPA effectiveness check. The most underrated thing, I think, is the CAPA effectiveness check. We put in CAPA, we forget about it. But if we are not checking the effectiveness of the CAPAs that we're putting in, I think we are just doing half a job. Because there can be certain CAPAs which we can think through while we are, basically giving the corrective and preventive actions at a given point, which may not fly in future, which may not cover everything in future. So the effectiveness checks, they have to be done with the utmost seriousness. And quality team plays a very important role there. I think in operations, when everybody is overwhelmed with the day-to-day deliverables, the quality team is the one who can basically ensure that there's an unbiased, closure of the CAPA. So this is a very important point I would like to emphasize from my experience. So why is there increased focus on the regulatory inspections now? And why are the regulatory inspections basically increasing? Very simple reason: safety data reporting has increased. There is immense safety data volumes that we have. Of course, the regulatory expectations are increasing every single day. We can see there are different updates coming in. Regulatory intelligence was never spoken about much, in the past when I just became a PV professional. I think the last 4 or 5 years, regulatory intelligence has become one of the most critical wins on which a pharmacovigilance organization or a CRO really survives. So globalization and outsourcing, as we all know, that has increased. That's where the CROs are all thriving from. And they are AI-enabled workflows. So all of that has basically contributed to why the regulatory framework has evolved, why there is increased scrutiny, why there are more inspections. So in my experience, there are like 6 pillars for passing inspection, like fruitfully, with flying colors. And that's number 1 is quality by design. So when we say quality by design, we embed compliance, quality, inspection readiness into our processes, rather than relying on putting them as the remedial measures when we find when we are given a finding. If we have the processes which are aligned with the regulatory guidelines, we are already ensuring what the agency expects out of us. So we are basically designing a structure in a way that we have everything. Then there's a strong regulatory intelligence, right? The continuously monitoring and interpreting of the evolving global regulations and anticipate and address the compliance requirement. As I said, regulatory intelligence has become one of the most important verticals in a pharmacovigilance organization. And every week, every month, you will find new regulatory updates, and you would find the need of updating your SOPs and work instructions. And in my experience, from what I see now and from what I've seen earlier, SOPs would not require an update for like months together in the past. But with this increased regulatory intelligence, if this is being done with a keen focus, we see that it has become a continuous activity now. Data integrity and traceability. If we are focusing on the process level to ensure the safety data are accurate, complete, consistent, and traceable throughout the life cycle, you've done half the job for inspection readiness, I believe. Another very important point is people readiness. I think it is very, very, very underrated. But I think people readiness is very, very important, because they are the people who are going to represent the processes which we have structured. And the entire framework that we have laid down would always depend on the person who's representing in an audit or inspection. So people readiness is very, very important. Right training, right knowledge, and the confidence to address the questions of a regulator with the regulatory understanding is paramount. Then there is proactive risk management.
Please, yes. We are
Sorry?
running up. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So these are the pillars. I mean, I think proactive risk management, then there's a culture of trust, what we would say. Culture of trust is a very important point again. If you encourage your people to speak, they will always find issues. There will always be issues in the organizations. But to identify them, giving the people a confidence to speak about them, then addressing them and, basically improving on them, that's one of the basic pillars for passing an inspection carefully. I think it's just an elaboration of what I have basically explained, quality by design. The more we focus on that, I think that's what we need as a basic principle. And this regulatory intelligence, very, very much, spoken about in the past also. We need to monitor and interpret the evolving global PV regulations, adopt them, update our systems, align our processes, very, very important. And SOPs certainly have to be compliant with the regulatory guidelines. Data integrity, as I said, if we can have source to database consistency, audit trails, decision traceability, and of course, timely reporting. That is one basic, element of the inspection readiness. People readiness, as I speak, trainings, which are most organizations are, providing the trainings in bulk, but very less is being imbibed by the people. So effectiveness of those trainings, very important to know that people are ready to face an audit or inspection at any point in time. Proactive risk management, as I said, early identification of the risks, preventive actions, very, very important pillar for inspection readiness. Culture of trust. Do not encourage the system weaknesses to be hidden. Very, very important. If we are ensuring transparency, encouraging transparency, ownership, fostering the continuous improvement, I think that is all we need to do as an organization. So common misconceptions, which we also see, if you pass one inspection, you are kind of ready for the rest inspections. That would never be there, because future readiness would always keep changing. It will be changing from regulatory agency to regulatory agency. So we have to be always ready for an inspection. We have to constantly keep updating our systems and be ready. And readiness just does not belong to the quality vertical. Earlier on, I've seen a lot of reluctance and resistance in the operations group to basically indulge these activities because there's already a lot on the plate. But if we understand it's primarily operations job to ensure the processes are ready, quality can only be a third party, basically just instrumenting the whole thing, but they cannot ensure the same, but unless the operations cooperate. So compliance alone is not enough. The whole framework has to change and evolve. What are the consequences of the poor inspection? It can have annual inspections. It can have very large implications, as we all know. So regulatory agency meetings, it can prevent your current approvals. It can prevent your drug, pipeline, all of that. There can be legal implications. I think the more we talk about it, I think there is very wider scope for how a regulatory inspection can basically land up for an organization. So future of PV readiness, there are few of the things which we included. AI and automation can be involved. Advanced analytics, connected data ecosystem, and strategic regulatory intelligence. I think this is the basic framework which is going to be paramount of importance for future PV readiness. So that's all I have for the organization. Kept it short and sweet for everybody. So yeah, that's my personal email account. Also, I have added my LinkedIn URL in case anybody wants to connect and have more questions. Open for that. Last question for everybody. If a patient could observe every decision we make, would they trust our processes and system? If everybody works with that mindset, I think we've already evolved as PV professionals. We've already doing justice.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
That's all I had
for this wonderful talk. And again, I've been a QPPV. I've spent my whole life in pharmacovigilance, and I know the grill and the determination and everything that goes into inspections, more than inspections, internal audits, everything. But I was just attending the joint symposium by the FDA, MHRA, and Health Canada. And they were talking about the future of inspections and how they're going to conduct inspections. Now, there is a lot of already remote inspections have started, but
Yes.
now the agencies, in view of the cost and the time and the vast expanse of pharmacovigilance, they would start doing combined inspections. So MHRA and FDA, MHRA of Canada, something like that. How do you feel about it? And it would be remote inspections as well, both
Right.
on-site inspection and remote inspections. So how do you feel about that? And if you can share your knowledge on that.
Right. So I think remote inspections are something that we are already facing. I think
Yes.
for the past 3 or 4 years, I have attended several, led and attended several inspections which are remote in nature. And if as you said, that the regulatory agencies are planning to integrate and perform an inspection, I think the inspection itself is going to be very, very intense, because on one extent, on one hand, when we prepare for a particular inspection, if I go back to the ICSR preparation, there's a lot of line listing reviews, and there's a lot of work that really goes behind an inspection. So certainly the work is going to be very, very intense, a lot of work for the organization, unless we have the systems and processes which are already inspection ready. There will never be enough time to prepare for an inspection for an organization, because operational deliverables will not change. Inspections would remain, but your operational deliverables are there, right? So they will not. There's never going to be a separate team who's going to work for the inspection alone. So unless the pillars that I mentioned, if we are not adopting them in the processes as such, there will always be a challenge to navigate through the inspections. And having sailed through the inspections of the authorities like Health Canada, which can get extended to up to 2 weeks also. A 1 week inspection very much can get extended to 7 days, 10 days, 14
Most
days.
of the inspections
very, very intense.
They get
And they're very intense.
They, they totally take part in a huge.
Absolutely, and that's one inspection regulatory that we are serving at that point in time. So imagine when they are integrating, the intensity of the inspection would really, really increase. So making the systems and process inspection ready would be of paramount importance, I believe, in there.
Yeah, thank you, Sheku. A great point. And this is the point, actually. Keep your be inspection ready all the time at all levels, and keep your SOPs, quality management system, and everything in place, PSMF, because you see, in Europe, we use PSMF as the first line of inspection process. But in US, it is totally, they do on-site immediate, without even informing, they come on one fine morning, they will just turn up and say that today we are going to inspect you. So you have to have your all your systems and processes in place, and all working fine. So this is very important. So there is no scope for escape. And with that, I think if anyone has, I think Joan has a question. So for Sheku, please.
Dr. Viswas, because we are running out of time. Thank you very much, Dr. John, and thank you very much.
Okay, Joanne, you can write that question, and maybe Sheku can answer that personally to you.
Yes, you can write it the question so that we can answer it by the madam. Thank you very much, Viswas madam. Thank you very much, Secretary madam. You have enlightened. Over to you, Dr. Chinmay. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Seku ma'am. And please be with us. If time permits, then we can invite the audience to interact with you. So let me share the screen once again. We'll move to our next speaker. And for the next session, we have Dr. Rajni Yadav as a moderator, and she's working as a assistant professor at MIT University, and chairperson will be Dr. Amar Syed, who is from US. So hopefully the session will be interacting also. So now I would like to yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I guess not the session. We are having Yes, sir, my voice is coming.
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Achievements. Dr. Taba holds a BSc.
There's a connection problem with Rajni, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Doctor,
You're
we
saying?
cannot hear you. There's a connection problem.
Okay,
Yes,
let
can
me.
you hear?
Can you do it, Dr. Shimaya?
Yes, sure, I will do that. Thank you so much. So I would like to introduce Dr. Samal Tawa. She is working as a co-founder and CEO at Mars Medical Agency for Research and Statistics. Social media and drug safety, which is the new frontier of pharmacovigilance. So holds a BS degree in medical laboratories technology from American University of Beirut and a PharmD in clinical pharmacy from the Lebanese American University. She is currently the co-founder and CEO of Mars. After graduation, Dr. Sama she established a pharmacy in Beirut where she served a community pharmacist for over 6 years. Dr. Sama is a strong supporter of the Children's Cancer Center in Lebanon, where she served as a volunteer for 4 years. She also acts as a consultant and mentor at the Egypt Scholars and the International Pharmaceutical Students Federation, which works closely with mentees, providing them with concrete clinical and research skills that allow them to identify new research topics, discover new techniques, and pursue a strong career development plan. Through her work, she has been involved in clinical research, more specifically in training workshops carried out at national and international level in the delivery different international clinical research projects. She is the author of many scientific published in peer-reviewed journals, as well as a book titled The Clinical Research Process from Initiation to Publication. She is an editorial member of two peer-reviewed scientific journals. She is an assistant professor at University Institute of Nursing, Lebanese Red Cross, where she delivers pharmacology, microbiology, and public health, community health, and clinical research courses. She was lately appointed as a Global Pharmacovigilance Associate Ambassador at Lebanon, where she also acts as a acting board member of the society. With these words, I would like to invite Dr. Sama to deliver his talk. Yes, ma'am. Are you there? Hello, Dr. Sama.
I think there's a problem, Dr. Chinmaya. I can hear you, but I don't think we're hearing Dr. Sama.
She's online. I saw her. Just a minute.
Yeah. I will wait.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Shimaya. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to share now my screen and I will begin my presentation. Okay. Let me. Okay. So you can hear me, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction, and thank you so much for the organization of this wonderful conference. I'm going to talk today about the misinformation about medicine in the digital age. That is patient safety in the era of social media. We are living in this world. We are having our phones all of the time in our hands, and we
witnessing all the disasters that is happening, I'm going to talk about a simple observation, okay? 20 years ago, if someone wanted advice about a medicine, they used to ask a physician or a pharmacist. This is 20 years ago. 10 years ago, they might have searched Google, for example. But today, unfortunately, many people open TikTok, open Instagram, open Facebook, any social media platform before they open a medical textbook. They trust influencers before they trust us, and before they trust medical textbook or professionals. They believe testimonials in the social media are more valuable than the healthcare professional's point of view. They believe that any purchase product after watching they believe in any purchase product after watching only a 30-second video. This shift has fundamentally and obviously changed the relationship between the patient and the medicines, okay? So social media has become one of the most influential, unfortunately, sources of health information worldwide, okay? Even education by that. Unfortunately, not all this information is accurate, as we know. Every day, millions of users are exposed to advertisements, as you see here in the screen, for medications, for supplements, for herbal products, cosmetics, and this is and some treatments, they call them the miracle cures. Okay, some of these products are evidence-based, maybe, but many are not. Some are illegal. Some contain undisclosed pharmaceutical ingredients, hidden pharmaceutical ingredients. Others are promoted by individuals who have absolutely no healthcare background. Those online messages influence what people buy, okay? How they take the medicines, whether they stop prescribing their own therapy. I have seen in my pharmacy diabetic patients coming to me, stopping their therapy, and they tell me, look at this herbal product, look at this new medication, look at this trend, okay? And as pharmacovigilance professionals, our responsibility extends beyond monitoring adverse drug reactions. What shall we do now in this disaster we are living in? We must now understand the digital environment that's shaping medication use before even harm occurs. Okay? Today's lecture will explore this new reality, unfortunately. I'm going to talk about the digital revolution to examine how social media is exchanging drug safety, or is changing drug safety, the risks created by online advertising and misinformation, and I will give real-life examples of patient harm and how pharmacovigilance can evolve to protect patients in this digital age. Okay? So, a world where health begins with a scroll. Okay? Let's consider a common scenario. A young woman develops acne. Instead of booking a dermatology appointment, she searches TikTok. Within minutes, she watches dozens of influencers recommending treatments. One suggests isotretinoin, imagine. Another one promotes high-dose vitamin A. Someone else advertises a natural herbal solution. Each video has millions of views, and it's only 20 or 30 seconds. Even some creators have the guts enough to wear white coats, okay? Others call themselves health coaches, I don't know, there are certain titles that are new and weird. The patient assumes credibility. Oops, she purchases the product online. No consultation, no pharmacist, no assessment of contraindications, no discussion about the pregnancy risks, for example, if she's pregnant. Days later, she develops adverse effects. This entire sequence started not in a clinic, but on social media, unfortunately. The patient journey has changed. For many individuals, the first healthcare encounter is no longer with a professional, as you see. It's with an algorithm. That algorithm doesn't prioritize scientific evidence. It prioritizes engagement. The more emotion appealing the content is, the more likely it is to be shown. This creates a new challenge for drug safety and for us as professionals that traditional pharmacovigilance systems were never designed to address. This is new. This is a new disaster. I call it a disaster we're living in. Okay? So, why has social media become so influential in healthcare? Why? Not because it's accurate, no, but because it's accessible, unfortunately. Patients can obtain health advice within seconds at any time of the day without appointments or costs. I have seen patients who have never accessed any health information. Nowadays, they tell me, I am a doctor now. I have all the information that you have studied in the university, unfortunately. Second, why is the social media becoming influential? It's relatable. A physician can explain a medication using scientific terminology, but an influencer says, I tried this, it changed groups that provide emotional encouragement. Okay. However, the same communities at the same time can also give you misinformation if inaccurate advice spreads unexpected. Okay. And finally, the algorithms, the disaster among all, which is algorithms which continually reinforce us with similar content. And this is so bad. Okay. If by mistake you see only one advertisement about a medication, you just click and watch it, then all day long you will have all the time these dozens of advertisements about that. This creates an echo chamber. This is called an echo chamber, where misleading information can appear overwhelmingly convincing. Sometimes I'm a pharmacist and I'm a pharmacovigilance professional. I say, oh my God, this is convincing for the lay people. Okay, I'm almost going to be convinced. Look at that. Okay, so simply because it is repeated frequently. Now, when we think about adverse reactions, let us talk about adverse reactions. We often focus on the medicine, okay? But what if the real start point is not the medicine, it's the advertisement? Imagine a patient seeing a social media influencer who he loves, okay? Promoting a medication for example, rapid weight loss, which is the trendy topic these days, okay? The advertisement promises dramatic results, minimum risk, and offers a direct purchasing link. Just buy it. The patient buys the product without medical supervision. Okay, they use it and they use no medical supervision. They use incorrect dose. They combine it with other medications. You know, the drug-drug interaction. They ignore contraindications because no one explained to them. Eventually, they experience nausea, dehydration, hypoglycemia, all the disastrous side effects. Okay, the hospital records, the hospital records the adverse reaction. Pharmacovigilance, like us, the professionals, investigate the medicine. But the original trigger wasn't the drug alone. It was the misleading online promotion or information that influenced the unsafe use of this medication. This is why the scope of pharmacovigilance is expanding. It's no more in the alerts or in the reports from the hospitals or the patients or the doctors. So protecting patients today require not only monitoring this data, we need to have understanding of digital forces that influence how these medicines are chosen and are bought. Okay? Now, today also another idea. Today, almost anyone with a smartphone can become a health professional or a health influencer. Let us say influencer. Let us not. This is it's great for us as professionals. They are never professionals. Okay. Unlike physicians or pharmacists, they do not need a medical degree, professional license, or formal training. All they need is the telephone or a license or an audience. Okay. So some influencers really aim to educate the public and collaborate responsibly with healthcare professionals. However, many others are driven by engagement, by sponsorship, by financial incentives. Okay, they are all fake. So the challenges is that patients often struggle to distinguish between the credible expert as well as the persuasive personality, the influencer who has no background at all in the topic. Okay. A doctor may spend, as I said earlier, 15 minutes explaining the risks and benefits. An influencer may ruin all that in just a 30-second video or a reel. And in just one sentence, this changed my life. You need to try. And guess which message spreads faster? Unfortunately, definitely the social media. Okay, so for pharmacovigilance, this is concerning because medical decisions are increasingly being shaped by individuals who are not accountable even for these consequences. Even if they cause harm, nobody is going to reach them and to make them accountable for what they did. Okay, so as healthcare professionals, we must recognize that many of our patients arrive at the clinic or at my pharmacy, for example, having already formed opinions based on what they watched online. So we have doubled the effort in order to convince them otherwise. Okay, now one of the most concerning developments in recent years is the transformation of prescription medicines to what I call it, and I made this tag, social media trends, and they are really trends. Instead of being prescribed based on the clinical need, medications are increasingly promoted because they are fashionable. Oh, my neighbor is taking Monjaro. My friend is taking Ozempic. This celebrity is taking high dose vitamin A for her skin, etc. So perhaps the well-known example, let me talk about Ozempic, and now more and more it's Monjaro. Okay, originally approved for the treatment of type 2 diabetes, as you all know, but Ozempic and Monjaro became a viral sensation after celebrities and influencers discussed its weight loss effects. I don't know about India or the Far East. I'm from Lebanon. At our country or in the Middle East, every single patient or person who doesn't have diabetes type 2 is using Monjaro. Even if they have 2 to 3 kilograms, they are using Monjaro and Ozempic. And unfortunately, these medications, they are sold online on fake virtual pharmacies. Okay. Another example, which is back in the age of or in the time of the COVID-19 pandemic, social media played a very important, significant role, if you remember, in promoting ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, if you remember, despite insufficient evidence, by the way, supporting their routine use for COVID-19. So as a pharmacist, every day I get a call from a neighbor, I get a call, my mother, she called me, please get me some boxes of ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. I told her, from where did you know about that? She told me, maybe I will catch or I will have COVID-19, so I will have this medication. Okay. These examples remind us that medicines are becoming consumer products driven by popularity only, unfortunately. Okay. Now, imagine receiving also an advertisement on Instagram offering Ozempic for half the pharmacy price. Okay, this is happening. No prescription, home delivery, limited time offer. Many people would be tempted. Unfortunately, this is exactly how counterfeit medicines are attacking the social media. We have medications for weight loss injections, erectile dysfunction pills, antibiotics, even Botox products, and skin whitening creams. Can you imagine how harmful are these? There is no accountability, no quality control, no pharmacovigilance reporting. This creates a significant public health challenge because harm may occur before even the healthcare professionals are even aware that counterfeit products are circulating. Okay? Now, let's talk about another disaster which I have sensitivity against, which is the natural trend. The word natural. One of the biggest misconceptions promoted on social media is that natural products are automatically safe. Patients frequently, unfortunately, believe that because something is herbal, it cannot cause harm. Come on. Unfortunately, this is far from the truth, and you all know that. Many herbal products sold online have been found to contain hidden pharmaceutical ingredients. Okay, for example, some sexual enhancement supplements, which they say it is herbal, they secretly contain sildenafil. Okay, weight loss products have contained sibutramine, which is a drug that have been withdrawn in from the market so long ago because of cardiovascular risks. Also, certain skin creams promoted as natural, they contain corticosteroids, they contain mercury. The danger is that patients are unaware they are taking these substances. They don't know the danger of these substances. This increases the risk of drug interactions, of overdoses, of allergic reactions, of serious adverse events. And as healthcare professionals, we should always ask patients not only about the prescription medicines, but also about supplements. When he comes to our clinic or to the pharmacy, don't stop and asking him, what are you taking, the legal medications? Tell him or ask him about the supplements, the herbal remedies, and the products purchased online. This is a disaster. The phrase natural should never be replaced by scientific evidence. 1 week ago, an old lady, she's 72 years old, she came to my pharmacy. I was asking her about her history, medication history. I was shocked that she stopped 2 of her main medications and she's taking instead of them 5 herbal products, unfortunately. And she came to me to the pharmacy. Her glucose level is 650 and the blood pressure is reaching the sky. And she asks me why. Okay. Now, let's talk about the other disaster, which is more profound, which is the beauty industry, unfortunately. Okay, as a woman, this really hurts me a lot. Social media has dramatically changed the beauty industry. Every day, millions of users watch skincare routines, whitening products, anti-aging creams, cosmetic procedures promoted by influencers. Many of these products appear harmless, okay, because they are marked as cosmetics rather than medications, but they contain corticosteroids, they contain maybe possible hidden ingredients, hydroquinone, they contain clobetasol, betamethasone, etc. So patients often continue using them, and they will have wonderful effect, and this makes them unfortunately happy. They are unaware of the hidden risks. So drug safety also is no longer limited only to prescription medicines. It's increasingly including these cosmetic products, unfortunately. Okay. Now, when we hear about medication errors, we usually imagine something happened in the hospital, okay, or in the pharmacy, medication error, okay? Perhaps the wrong medication is administered. I say to myself, medication error meaning we have the wrong dose, the wrong drug, the wrong patients, the wrong duration. This is our definition of medication errors, okay? Another common example would be prescription medication among family members, okay? Unfortunately, medications are not due to only these, okay? They are due to the wrong usage of medications from the social media, because sometimes they are doubling doses for faster results because influencers tell them to do that. They tell them crush extended release tablets. They advise them to share prescriptions with family members to take antibiotics for viral infections, for example. Also, they are advising them to mix supplements with prescription drugs. The result is an increasing number of preventable medication errors occurring outside healthcare settings, and we as professionals, we don't know about them. Okay? Now, another danger, which really is very dangerous, one of the greatest dangers is that recommendations are generalized. Okay? They do not take case by case. Again, an influencer recommends a supplement. Thousands of followers immediately purchase it. Young, old, polypharmacy patients, etc. But the influencer has no knowledge of their audience medical history. They don't know which medications their followers are already taking. Okay, drug interactions among the leading causes of preventable, as we all know, adverse drug reactions. For example, we have St. George wort and antidepressants. We have grapefruit supplements and statins. Okay, we have herbal teas and warfarin. All of these are drug interactions. Sildenafil and nitrates. Weight loss supplements, hypertension medications. These risks are rarely discussed in short social media videos, and they don't know about them. The influencers, they don't know even such things exist. So as healthcare professionals, you must educate patients that every new medication or supplement, even if it's purchased online, even if it's herbal, which there is nothing called herbal, should be discussed with a pharmacist or a physician before it's used. I have bad examples of patients, but I also have good examples. Some patients come to me or call me on the pharmacy, doctor, we have this herbal medication online. What do you think about it? Okay, so some people are clever enough to ask. Okay, so far we have discussed harm caused by taking medications incorrectly, but social media can also cause harm by preventing you to take your medicines. This is another disaster, which is more disastrous. For example, the vaccines. Vaccines provide one of the very clear advertisements, okay, or examples. False claims have been over the ages telling us that vaccine safety is shaky. It is, some posts exaggerate extremely rare adverse events, okay? They tell you vaccines cause adverse events like autism, okay? Others fabricate risks that have no scientific basis. The consequences, people get hesitant to vaccinate their kids. Believe me, I swear, daily I have mothers coming to the pharmacy telling me, what about the vaccines? Do you think I should give my kids vaccine? In pharmacovigilance, we should carefully monitor genuine adverse events following immunization. However, these data must always be interpreted within the broader context of vaccine benefits, okay? So we have to tell them there are benefits, okay? If we fail to communicate evidence clearly, misinformation unfortunately will win and it will fill our gap. Okay? So now let's pause for a moment and bring everything together. Okay? Traditionally, pharmacovigilance focused on one central question: what happened after the patient took the medicine? Okay? Today, we must ask a much broader question: what influenced that patient to take the medicine in the first place? Patients no longer make medication decisions in isolation. Their choices are influenced by algorithms, by advertisements, by influencers, online communities, celebrities, targeted marketing campaigns. Okay, all these factors interact before the first tablet is swallowed. Before that, this represents fundamental shift in drug safety, unfortunately, and the environment surrounding the medicine has changed. Therefore, because that environment has changed, as I say, pharmacovigilance must also evolve. We must not stay where we are. Okay. And I like this slide because I compared between why traditional pharmacovigilance is no longer enough, because as we see that traditional pharmacovigilance scenario, adverse drug reaction occurs, patient visits healthcare provider, report submitted, regulatory review, and safety action. Unfortunately, today's harmful or painful reality, social media advertisement, influencer recommendation, online purchase, he self-medicates, adverse drug reaction, at the end, the report, if it is ever reported, it's never reported. Okay? Now, this brings us to the concept of digital pharmacovigilance, okay, which is a very important concept, which is a new concept where regulatory agencies are exploring it. Even the FDA has carried some research about that, okay. It recognizes that it recognizes that patient safety can be threatened long before an adverse event occurs. It includes as we know, as the other the traditional pharmacovigilance systems, monitoring misleading online advertisements, identifying counterfeit medicines sold through social media, tracking dangerous health trends, and detecting misinformation and educating the public before even harm occurs. Okay, who is responsible for all that? Okay. By the way, there is a misconception that drug safety is solely the responsibility of the regulatory agencies. We all know that it is not the case. Regulatory agencies or authorities, healthcare professionals, pharmaceutical companies, social media platforms, influencers, and patients themselves, they all play an important role by seeking information from credible sources. Okay, no single information can solve this problem. Protecting patients require our collaboration, all of us. Okay. And healthcare professionals, as when a patient comes to us as healthcare professionals, instead of asking what medication are you taking, please let us all ask, where did you hear about this medication before that? Okay. And equally, it is important, it's not how we respond to them. Okay, we laugh at them and we tell them, oh, what did you do? They are afraid they will not say the truth anymore. Instead, we should acknowledge their concerns, tell them, okay, you did that, it's good, you are searching for another to improve your health, but we will explain to them scientifically in details and calmly. Okay, so the consultation room, the patient has expanded. You know why? Because we have now the patient and his phone next to him. Okay. Only a few more slides. And this is a very important slide, which is known as the STOP method, to help patients recognize misinformation. We should ask the patient or teach the patient, okay? We can teach the patient to use this framework. Tell them stop. Ask who posted this source, okay? Transparency. Is it a post clearly labeled as a sponsored content, or could there be a financial incentive behind it? Third, the objective evidence. Ask them, does the post reference a clinical guidelines or peer-reviewed research, or does it only rely on sole personal testimonials? Okay. And finally, ask whether a qualified healthcare professional would make the same recommendation based on current evidence. This is a very important method to teach patients. And also, patients must develop digital health literacy. Okay, this is why digital health literacy has become essential. Literacy meaning education. Healthcare organizations should actively teach the patients, should not simply tell the patient what is wrong and what is right. We should equip the patient with practical tools to evaluate information. Okay, and as we see, artificial intelligence, it can help us. AI system can rapidly scan information, it can detect and it can support the regulatory agencies. It cannot replace us, by the way. It can only support us. Therefore, human expertise and our expertise and judgment will always be the important part. Okay. We can conclude this section is that I called this a safe framework. Okay, I will leave you with this simple framework that can be shared with patients, with our students, and with healthcare professionals. I call it the SAFE. Okay, SAFE meaning search wisely, or S. That the letter S means search wisely, use reliable health sources. We will teach them. Ask professionals, consult the physician or pharmacist before you buy. Fast check, verify claims before acting, and E, evaluate outcomes. This is very important to teach. But despite significant progress, many important questions remain unanswered. Okay, we still do not fully understand how social media influences long-term medication adherence. Okay, we need to better evidence on which platforms pose the greatest risks. Okay, how should regulatory? We have still.
Can you conclude the session as quick as possible?
Sorry, I don't understand.
We're running shortage of time, so can you please conclude the session?
You need the I should hurry up.
Yes,
Yeah. Dr. Sama,
Okay.
yeah.
I have
Just
two
your
more
time.
slides. Two more slides. Okay.
Sure.
So what can we do starting tomorrow? Ask the patients about online information. Two more slides. Correct misinformation respectfully. Encourage reporting adverse drug reactions. Recommend trustworthy digital resources, and stay informed about emerging online trends. Okay. I will skip this because it's only repetition. And this is our take-home message. Social media has become major determinants of medication use. Misinformation can be dangerous. Drug safety begins before the first dose. Pharmacovigilance must evolve. And every healthcare professional has a role in protecting patients from digital information. Medicine saves life. Information determines how they are used. Thank you so much, and bear with me because I took maybe more time. Thank you so much. And sorry for keeping you late.
Yes, Dr. Ahmed, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmaya. Yeah. Hi, Dr. Sama. This is Dr. Amir Said. I'm joining from US. I'm head of the Pharmacovigilance. Just to give background information, this is a great discussion, and I think you really hit all the points that I think everyone is thinking about it. We're talking about it, but also there is a huge concern about the safety issues that this poses, right? So I had a couple of questions. The first thing is that we do understand the root cause, right? As you clearly highlighted that it's not just agencies' responsibilities; it is also patients, it's also the companies, and it's also the influencers, right? So going forward, right, I feel like we know that there is education is required, but I also feel like there is a deeper concern. I feel like there is a two-tier concerns. One, in countries where you really need to tighten the regulations from the countryside, and B, on the other side, where there are already a tighter regulations, how you can further refine the information that's flowing in, right? So I just want to open up and hear your thought process, like how to really address this, right? Example, in a countries where the regulations are not there yet is first point. Second point for me is that where the Western world, where there are very much regulations are in place, but still there is a gap to be closed. What do you think so? What should we do as a physicians? What we should do as a PV professionals?
We have to raise the voice, Dr. Ahmed. We have to raise the voice. It all will begin from our side. Okay, campaigns. We have to contact the country regulatory agencies. As in Lebanon, I'm talking about my country. This is a disaster because the system still is not able to catch all these. Okay, every day, we have fake pharmacies online. Okay, and you have the name and the address. You go, once you buy this medication, they disappear, they block you. Okay, so as professionals, we have to, as you said, you gave me the solution, or you have answered the question, as you said before you have already answered the question on two levels. We have regulations from the Ministry of Health, the Department of Pharmacovigilance, as well as the Ministry of Telecommunication. The Ministry of Telecommunication has to follow these people who are fake people, they have their IP address. Okay, the Ministries of Telecommunication has all the authority to do that. I have reported many fake pharmacies, many fake accounts. Okay, and above all that, and before all that, who is triggering all that? People who have the purchasing power, who is going to make purchases. So from now on, all of our, thank you for Denise, she put a message now telling me excellent presentation. Thank you, Denise, because this topic from now on, we should no more talk about the classical topics in pharmacovigilance. Let us stop that. All the information, we know it. Let us open this door. Let us make a conference on this topic. The more it is, it's a snowball. The more we exaggerate the topic, the more we will have the solution. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Dr. Sama, I think that
answered the question.
that really helps, and that what I'm hearing is out that we need to tighten more regulations, hold accountable
Yes.
to the governments, and also to make sure that there should be some regulations on the social media where only healthcare professionals can advertise, and it should not be done by any influencer. I know that it has a double-edged sword for companies will not get promoted, and I think there's a safety concern to it. That's when where we come in and make sure that we raise a voice and make a difference.
Exactly, Dr. Ahmed, let me add one more thing. We are late on time. Just last thing. It's not only the medications, the cosmetics. I'm getting small girls, young girls coming to the pharmacy. Their face is burned. The Botox, the creams. It's a whole disaster. It's a whole disaster. We have to face that. And I asked Dr. Shimaya from this platform if we can make our next topic and next conference only about this social media and pharmacovigilance. Okay.
Great, great. Thank you for this
Thank you so much.
presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Shimaya.
Thank you again, Dr. Sama. Over to you, Dr. Chin.
Sorry for the technical glitches. Thank you, Dr. Sama. But so moving to our next speaker, Dr. Cynthia Alicia Quintana. She is the senior manager and country safety head of Pfizer. And today she's going to talk about risk management plan, deployment limitations and challenges in LATAM perspectives. Let me introduce her before this talk begins. So Dr. Cynthia has over 12 years of experience in pharmacovigilance regulations, and she is a fellow of Pharmacovigilance Mexican Association and serves as a vice president and executive committee member. She holds a degree in pharmaceutical biology, chemist from Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, and a master in health science from Higher School of Medicines of National Polytechnic Institute, and has taken courses and certification on risk management plans, signal detection, clinical pharmacology, among others. And Cynthia previously served as safety responsible for companies as Medix, GlaxoSmithKline, Stendhal, and AstraZeneca, where she has the opportunity to lead activities for Mexico and LATAM region, and currently she serves as a senior manager, country safety lead for Pfizer. So with these words, I would like to invite Dr. Cynthia to deliver her talk. Yes, Dr. Cynthia.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. For me, it's a pleasure to be here.
Sorry to disturb you because it is so early for you and you joined the Congress. Thank you so much for being with us.
No, thank you so much I'm very happy to join to this session, and of course, always willing to work with you, Dr. Chinmaya, and of course with the organizers. So thank you so much for the invitation, Dr. Chinmaya, and organizing committee of the Global PV Society. For me, it's a very important opportunity to share knowledge and, of course, to share what is happening with LATAM region. So first of all, I would like to put in context about the use of medicines in LATAM. Of course, we have a high dependence on pharmacotherapy, suboptimal outcomes in real world use, of course, as many countries and many regions, but this is the LATAM context. So the 35% of adult population are with chronic disease recurrent treatment in LATAM. According the organization, the OMS, the 80% use of herbal medicines is using by LATAM persons as primary therapy or concomitant therapy, and there are high rates of self-medication and delayed healthcare seeking may reduce visibility of adverse event. The 47% of treated patients are not controlled, and this is linked with the excellent presentation of Dr. Sama. There are no follow-up, there are no controls during treatments, and many information, a lot of information available in internet. So there is no like constant visit to the physicians or an adequate control of the sickness in LATAM countries. There are significant gaps in diagnosis and treatment because of this. And of course, the variability in access to essential medicines are very important. We have political situations that are not like that we have problems to have medicines for essential sickness, and of course for specialized drugs we don't have this information of, and of course we don't have the drugs that this is important. According the evidence system limitations of medication use, only the 30% of drug utilization data is accessible. Even that we are advancing with internet and in artificial intelligence in Latin countries, we don't have enough information and we are not using the data because we don't have enough database and we are not sharing this information in database. So it's like something that is worrying because we are advancing with artificial intelligence, but we are not sure how to manage the information that we are collecting, even with it, which is limited. There is fragmented data source across countries and the heterogeneous pharmacovigilance system and limited active surveillance. According the reality of drug safety, there is no enough report for adverse drugs reaction in therapeutic areas. There are significant underreporting of adverse event and lack of standardized reporting. This is something that we are living in Latin America. So this is a real risk that is underestimated. So what is the implication of RMPs? Of course, RMPs rely on accurate safety data. In LATAM, risk management face different challenge. We need confident safety information to identify and minimize risk in several LATAM countries. This information could be rare or with a variable quality. Due to this, it's difficult to design mitigation measures that could be adjusted to each country or region, and there is no appropriate mitigation measures to verify if these measures really are functioning. So this is the overview of risk management plan. Of course, we know the overview, what is the purpose of risk management plan. So we're going to move to the following. So this is the definition and core of components for RMP. So this is very important for us because in Latin countries, we see the RMP not as a strategy, only as a document. We use this document in order to support the legal introducing of a market of a drug, but it is missing the importance of and the core components on what is the use of these RMPs for the use of drugs to make a more important use of drugs and to minimize risk. So the risk management, of course, we see that during the risk management cycle, we need to collect data, to identify and analyze information, to evaluate these, to perform this benefit risk balance and opportunities to increase to characterize safety information, etc., and to select plan in order to minimize and to improve the benefit of a drug and implement. So this is something that in LATAM countries is not happening with risk management plan. We use the document, we submit the document, but it's seen like a document that we need to go submit and say check to submit a drug, but there is no like this conscience that we could use this strategy to improve the health of patients or to minimize risk. So we have been facing several retirements of drugs because there is no a benefit risk profile, or there is no like this education in order to see what are the risks involved, and then if we could mitigate them or we could educate or something like that. So the life cycle and implementation of process of RMP, it's a continuous risk management cycle. We need to ensure safety through ongoing data collection and evaluation. About the risk identification and evaluation, the potential safety risks are identified and analyzed for severity, frequency, and patient impact to assess this benefit risk balance. And of course, about the planning and implementation, we have several situations because we are facing different adaptation about LATAM conception of RMP. So this is something that we are like to implement something. We have different challenge because of the understanding and of course the possibility to implement situations. We see, for example, in European Union that are willing to, and they could see and we could use for patients leaflets or some web page to inform to the public or to the patients. This is something that in LATAM we could not use that because there is a perception that we are using this information to promote a medication. So this is something that is conceptual, but these are like some barriers that we have in LATAM countries that we cannot advance with this culture, with this communication for the persons, for the prescribers, and of course for the public. So we, of course, we have regional challenge. This even that we are like this having this harmonization, we are we continue having different documents and of course the different understanding of what is an RMP. So this is the regulatory diversity in Latin America. We have decentralized regulatory authorities. We operate with independent regulatory bodies, and each body has a different maturity, different resource level, and difference of understanding about what is an RMP and what we need to do with that document. There is a variable of RMP requirements. This variable according the product category, and case by case conditions. We have challenge for pharmaceutical companies because even that we could work with the same document, the perception and the submission of that document and the understanding of that document, it's according what we have in our regulations. So this is the possibility that we could implement, even that we have a unique document, we are going to have different versions of that. So this is of course, we have a lack of standardized guidelines in LATAM. There is absence of unified guidelines leads to inefficiencies and administrative burdens across LATAM. We have regulatory heterogeneity, we have barrier of regulatory frameworks, inconsistent requirements, and complicated compliance. The interaction with health authorities limited. We don't have the possibility to interact with health authorities in many LATAM countries. So the communication is, we have missing communication with LATAM regulators. The operational constraint, there is limited infrastructure, inadequate technology, and of course the shortage for resources give us like an ineffective way to proceed with risk minimization and of course with the evaluation of the document. And of course the adaptation of global plans locally, we are facing with this difference in regulations, and of course the context of each country delays and reduce the efficiency of this important strategy. We have this limited in technological capacities. The reliance on passing reporting reduces the ability to identify emerging drug safety risks promptly and effectively. And we need to address system gap to reduce constraint. This is critical to improve risk management plan effectiveness and patient safety. The regulatory clarity challenge, we need to have clear information about risk measures and what is happening and why we are having this inconsistency about implementation across LATAM countries. The different systems according to the healthcare systems and patient population, this is something that has created to us many problems to adapt global risk minimization strategy to local. So even that, as I mentioned, we have a document, we have many challenge in order to implement any strategy because it is considered the regulation for us. It's like a problem to implement because it is the, as I mentioned, the perception that if we give information, if we proceed to give information to patients, we are promoting their use. So we are not allowed to do this, but there is no like limits in social media about communication, and other persons are communicate information that we are not allowed to communicate. So I support the initiative about the request of Dr. Sama that we need to speak more about this because persons that we are working in pharmaceutical companies with information, responsible information to proceed with patients in order to minimize risk are not allowed, we are not allowed to give that information. But yes, social media influencers, etc., are accepting this to give information, and there are many prompts and many interaction with social media in order to promote a drug, and with misinformation, with a lot of situations that could have problems with the use of drugs. And of course, the challenge of RMP deployment, there is inconsistency about risk minimization strategy and regulatory delays. We are having we perform a submission of an RMP, and the health authority takes about 1 year, 1.5 years to evaluate the documents. So if we needed to have the approval of an agency, if we have this specific time, 1.5 years to have a response from the agency, and if we have a response, we have problems because we are not allowed to implement any kind of situation about risk minimization, risk communication, if we don't have the approval of the agency. But if the agency does not have the enough persons to evaluate these documents, for us is a problem, a constant problem for us. So of course, again, the capacity building and training, not only for the hospitals, this is something that we are facing with health authority in order to evaluate the documents. And of course, the limitations about digital technologies and data analytics in order to adopting digital tools and real world data. This is something that we don't have in LATAM. So as a conclusion, the challenge in LATAM is not only implementing RMPs, it's implementing them in a context where data access and systems are fragmented. And of course, we are advancing, we are making this like unification with MAA, with other agents that we could use as reference, but in the perception of the document is the problem. The understanding what is the importance of the document is something that we are having as a problem, and it is reduced that there is no only a risk management plan is not only a document. Meanwhile, the health authorities in LATAM countries and we as patients are not conscious about the importance of an RMP as a strategy for public health. We are not going to perform anything about this. So we need, first of all, we need to improve this with education, with culture, and of course, the involving of all actors of pharmacovigilance in order to that we all could understand that a risk management plan is not only for a pharmaceutical company. Risk management plan is a strategy that involve all the users of drug, all the physicians, the healthcare providers, etc., in order to make more efficient and more to make efficient the drug utilizations, and of course to minimize risk. So thank you so much, understanding because of the time. I give this presentation short, but if you have any question, I am available. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Nitya. So now I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed if you want to have any interaction.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Jin. I think this is a great presentation, Dr. Cynthia, and I think which is very close to me. And I have been myself going through these challenges being in US. We work with Latin America. I have a first-hand experience. I hear your pain points, all of it. I would like to just reiterate that, the important points you brought, that there is somewhere a double standards from the agencies that, as a physicians, as a PV professionals or scientists, we all see that there is a leverage at one point on social media, but there is another scrutiny, helping the patients, right? So my point to you is that, how can we address that, as a PV professional, but also considering global companies, right? Do you have a experience where a risk management plan worked well in one country, but also it worked in another country, so that we can show that how important is that consistency in one country versus other country really help, and showcase and highlight that to agencies, the amount of time it saves, the amount of benefit it offer to really start an initiative to help patients and the organizations. Any experience, on the positive side of that?
Yes, for example, in Pfizer, when we implement the COVID vaccine, and this is something that's very interesting, as an emergency use, we don't have a regulation for emergency use drugs. So
Right.
for the countries in LATAM, we were open to propose these communication measures, education for patients, because we don't have at that moment a regulation for emergency use. So this opened the opportunity for us to communicate in a different way than established according the regulation in each country. So as we don't have like this clearly situation about what do we do we need to do for emergency use, we proceed with the unified communication for patients, with a unified strategy in order to avoid risk and to communicate in order that we could make this confidence and this situation that the patient should report everything and how to use and how to prescribe and how to use the vaccine, and what could be like this information that the patients need to have. So that is the great example that you are asking, Dr. Amer, the doctor, because
Yeah.
at this moment we don't have like this regulation. That is why I'm mentioning that
Right.
our main problem for us is the regulatory measures, the regulatory guidance that are not allowed to us to
Right.
perform many different situations. And this is something that is not like these influencers and these are out of our regulations. So that is why there is no like limitations. What do they have to mention, etc. Because our regulations are not updated and are not considering this communication via social media.
Right. I think that's a really great point, and I think to Dr. Sama's point, we need to raise our voice, but also feel like we also need doctors and scientists talking about the gaps in openly via social media, so that makes a huge impact on the governing body that they have to change now, because there is a voice. Social media is so powerful in both positive way and even negative way. I think it's negative is pretty fast to pick it up, but I think as a physicians we care about patient safety. We should also pick it up and kind of promote that in a positive side. So government now has to change because it's a big deal now, right? I have a second follow-up question. Do you think that the evolving AI usage, right? As you say, I heard the point that the time constraint is like 1 year sometimes, and they don't have a tools, don't have the maybe an expert internally to help it out. Do you think the evolving AI that's developing it, that this agency needs to acquire and make sure that really help them in terms of analysis, timing, and really characterizing the safety quicker and help us that we can downstream that to the patients? Any thoughts on that?
Yes, of course. We are advancing with AI, and I know that everything has a possibility nowadays to use AI. The limitation that we have is that there is no like this, if we don't have these enough databases with an adequate collection of information, we're not going to have anything about AI. We speak about like to giving these instructions to the AI agent and etc. So, but if we don't have this design, adequate design about how to collect information, how to process that information internally, for example, in hospitals, etc., we are not going to have any information, even that we use the most
Yeah,
advanced AI agents. So we have
sure.
problems in order to perform these databases, to collect that information, because most of the information are collected by paper nowadays, even that we are
Yeah,
advancing with intelligence, the artificial intelligence, etc. So this is something that we are facing in Latam. We are used to submit via paper. Even in most of the countries, we are obligated to go to the agency and make paper submissions, even that we are in this in 2026. So this is something
right.
that we need to advance. And I mean, we have this approach for artificial intelligence, even we are working with that situation in order to make this communication between hospitals, etc. But we need to improve the use on design of database and collection information. We need that, because if we don't collect information appropriately, we could have information, but we are not going to do anything with that, because we are not like making this consistency about the collection in order to give results with AI.
Totally agree with you, Dr. Cynthia. And I feel like I see it as like, solving this, being, pharmacovigilance, we're used to solving all the problems and concerns, right? I see like there needs to be harmonization that needs to happen within the Latin America countries. I think there could be a solution. Utilizing AI, it's very powerful. I think once you connect the dots, AI can take care of a lot of it in a positive way. I know that people are concerned about the negative way, but we should always be positive. That can significantly change the impact. And third point is, as a physicians, we have to raise this at a higher level. We publish it, make sure social media there's a positive impact that could definitely change. I think every problem comes with a solution, but we need to be courageous enough to raise and our voice and make a change in the patient lives and in the governments. So thank you.
Yes, and
Great
no,
presentation.
thank you. Thank you. And of course, we need to perform this level of Congress. It helps to understand everybody what do we need to do. And if
Right.
we're going to work with chambers, with associations, we need to speak about this, because this is something
Yes.
that we are not speaking, and we need to speak in order to make sure that everyone, we are in the same situation and we are in the same understanding. But now with this speed to have information, we need to modify our regulation in order to to include those that are not included at this moment, but
Right.
if they are not included, it's like the equal that they are like they don't have any responsibility.
Totally spot on. I really appreciate your thoughts. Really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. And Dr. John, do you have any questions or interact?
Sure. It's so lovely to see Cynthia after a long time, because we've interacted on various other occasions. My and very nice presentation about and what LATAM is going through, and Europe also has similar issues about being fragmented, and me being in Europe, I know how it's very difficult to kind of get this harmonized. My question to you is, now that we have so much of emphasis on real world evidence, real world data, and it's getting, in fact, getting really popular more than randomized controlled trials as such. So, what do you think, when it comes to like collection of this real world evidence, real world data, how much is the regulatory authority emphasizing on that? How much are the marketing authorization holders supporting in LATAM? And what is the effectiveness? I mean, you can just kind of summarize it in few lines, knowing that we do not have a lot of time. Yeah.
Yes. Well, about real world evidence, we are using real world evidence, but health authority nowadays is requesting that we could create our own experience. So, but with limited data. For example, for risk management plan, they are requesting that we could perform a strategy in order to give follow-up to 20 patients in a prospective follow-up. So we are sure that we could have information, of course, yes, we could have information, but according our experience, the patients are not like very consistent with these follow-ups. And even if they don't receive anything about that, because they are used to, and of course the physician to support when they have like a payment, etc. For safety, we are not allowed to perform that. So the follow-up is missing for example, if we are planned to perform a follow-up during 2 years, the follow-up is missing during the first 3 months. And we have running like a proactive follow-up that is missing for everyone. So that is the request from health authority, that they are not accepting information that are not provided specifically for that risk management plan, and we are like obligated to perform these prospective follow-up programs for patients that are linked to this RMP, but we are missing that information and missing that patients, and we have limitations about the possibility to detect a very rare adverse reaction because we have limited population. So we are not and as I mentioned, as we in hospitals, we don't have this database, and we don't have the possibility to share information because this is something that we have, that public hospitals are not willing to work with pharmaceutical companies in order to give database or share database in order to analyze this information, because they are thinking that we are use this information in a different way, like we are competent, like we are like this. We are, for example, if we are for a pharma company and they are not willing to give that information or to share information with us because they are thinking that we are going to use that information for a promotional or something different, that is not like see what is happening with safety of drugs. So this is a limitation that we have, and this is something that we are like requesting to health authority, that even that we are obligated to perform this level of programs, they have to give further instructions with public hospitals in order to support the initiatives that they are requesting to us, because this is something that is missing nowadays. So yes, we have real world evidence, we have the possibility to access to that information, but specifically for RMPs in the very early stage of an authorization of a drug according the request of health authorities, we are like having this limitation to get access to different information because of the limitations that we have as pharmaceutical companies, and of course because we are like obligated to develop this prospective follow-up, but we are limitation because we can only work with 20 patients and only for a limited period.
Yes, Dr. Dennis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Cynthia. Yes, I echo your feelings and we feel your pain. In Africa, we've got exactly the same problems. We don't even have a guideline for an RMP, a local RMP. It's not good enough to have the global one. We have got to have a local one, that we have no access to the kind of information that they're asking for. So, yes, I agree, and we have got a very long way to go. But a guideline would be really, really good to have. So, yes, keep up the good work. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was spot on. Thanks.
No, thank you so much, and it's great to see you. And after Dr. Joan, it's nice to see you. And Dr. Dennis, thank you so much for your feedback. Of course, this is something that we have, and we need to continue speaking about this. No, if we continue, maybe we are someday we could have this hear about the health authorities and they start to think what could be improved about this important process for us.
We need to have some regulators on this Congress.
Yes. Yes,
Yes.
that is why I mentioned the regulators are important, because we could have a lot of meetings speaking about this, but the regulators must be involved, because there are a lot of gray areas where they need to work, of course, and we could support in that, and we could go together with that modifications.
Absolutely agree 150%.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Denizer. We should have regulators in it, or just being from DIA, or regulators who have been there. And I think we should start inviting maybe local regulators to these congresses, just so that they can come and learn insights, because there's no way they're going to learn it, right? So I think this is the way, as a first change, we can bring in, that they learn the positive side of the changes.
Unfortunately, these are on a weekend, and regulators don't really work on weekends, do they?
They don't. They don't totally. But again, even the DIA conferences, in the other conferences I've seen in US and ex-US, they do come, right? Again, it's upon the government bodies supporting their sponsorship or not. But I guess it depends. I have seen people coming in. Yeah.
I think it was a great presentation today, and I've learned so much from everything. Being in pharmacovigilance for the last 30 years as a QPPV and as a senior physician and VP and everything in pharma companies, all the big major ones. I think there's so many loopholes and deficiencies that we still are thinking in 2026 to plug it. But I think, and if we see that the regulations which has now come in, the pharmacovigilance, it has been updated after, say, I think a decade or so. And when Dennis said no one wants to spend money on pharmacovigilance, and this is absolutely true. Only after an inspection they would do something, but other than that, they think that we are an expense sort of a department where there is no much, I don't know what word to use, no much prospect or something like that. But at the end of the day, we are saving lives, and it's a public health issue. And they need to understand that. But I also do understand pharma companies need to develop drugs and make money for future research and application of the drugs. But they also need to listen to pharmacovigilance folks on how and what to do to integrate pharmacovigilance and have the best systems in place. It does cost money, but that is everywhere, I think. I mean, or we have enough bright minds to work together, and that's what has been happening so far. But being on a positive side, let's hope that the regulators are going to not wake up. I think they are already woken up, but I think they should be more interactive, come for these conferences, understand what is the deficiencies. I mean, I was blown away by Sama's presentation. It was so accurate and so specific, and I do not know how the regulators are going to tackle that front of social media exploding like anything, and youngsters doing whatever they feel like, and influencers. We are building a mental health startup in safety and for women's mental health. And believe me or not, all the mental health social platforms that I've gone into, they talk so casually, and the way they write and speak and talk. I mean, youngsters, they get influenced, and then they go and do something totally different. Whereas they should actually go to a psychiatrist or to a physician who can, but I do understand the constraints. Getting an appointment is a big deal. Talking about it is a big deal. So they go to the ones which are easily available, I guess so. But regulators need a lot of work to be put in there.
Totally, Vipash. I think you're spot on the topics, and I think we all are raising the same point. Regulators needs to be aware. There's two ways they can learn. One, they have to come to conference, or B, we have to publish this in the journals or in the in a scientific studies that they cannot deny the scientific facts, and that will be public information. At that point, the physicians or the public itself can ask or forced to change the regulations. The only way to do this is evidence based, and sometimes we have to push that hard. So I totally hear that we have a gap in general in the industry and across the globe. I think great minds can come together and put something locally and globally, really make the influence, and make sure we have a positive impact of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
everyone. So now we have come to the conclusion, end of our Global Pharmacovigilance Congress. So before concluding the session, I would like to give vote of thanks, and I will um, share the certificates as a token of appreciation from our society. Dr. Ahmed Ekaji. Hope it is visible, sir.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Dr. Chinmay. I really appreciate your collaboration, your kindness, and being a leader. You're connecting everyone.
Yes,
you're connecting everyone, and this is great to see. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Manal Yunus, who
Yes, fully agree with what you mentioned, Doctor.
Trancha Sophia, then Dr. Jelida Barboza, then Dr. Alexandra Cruz, then Dr. Serge Dehon, Dr. Nicole Bakker, Dr. Mircea Sika, then Dr. Samal Dava, then Dr. Sauvik Chatterjee, and for knowledge and interact means given your valuable time also. So thank you so much, and Dr. Sekou Sood also. So, and I would like to thank the moderators, Dr. Rajni Yadav, Dr. Satyavata Jana, Dr. Jyoti Upadhyay, Dr. Shamlendu Tripathi, Dr. Pramod Adusmili, Dr. Jyoti Gadhare, and for the moderating this session. This event, and I'd like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Shivamurthy, and then Dr. Meda Joshi ma'am, and Dr. Rajendra Kumar Jalali sir, then Dr. Pipasa Biswas ma'am, and then Dr. Amar Syed for his support and making the event so interactive. And I'd like to thank all the participants who have joined this event. I have the slides. Just a minute. So these are the participants who had joined for this congress. Alexandra Paul, Diakshi Sharma, Anil Gundigara, Dr. Rajsri Mandare, Dr. Nazis Uruj, Sadiq Mohsin, Asma Abedallah, then Isra Ahmad, and Dr. Kiran Piparva, Midya Baban, Nidhi, Siddheswar Lalaso Sinde, Dr. Dennis Rizad, and Mr. Uruti Sri Venkatesh, Ajay Majab, Minal Salunke, Janat Selvia, then Dr. Tanuja, Sneha Ramakrishna Tigde, then Dr. Sanjeev Gupta, Survi Chauhan, then Dr. Mohammad Pasa, then Mohit Kedere, Rajesh De, Paula Dirocha. So thank you everyone for joining the event, and hopefully you have enjoyed the sessions a lot. And I'll be sharing the links also if someone has missed out. Mm. Yes, now the platform is open to all. You can interact with yourself, or anything you want to say, you can say, right? And lastly, I would like to say that as we are running a journal also on pharmacovigilance, so if you wish to publish, then we can give 50% APC charges waiver, because as it is growing now and we are entering into different indexing bodies, so we have to pay something for that. So accordingly, we have to keep the nominal charges, APCs. So hopefully you would like to submit your art manuscript, and we'll be happy to publish your research articles. Thank you everyone. And yes, now it's open to all, sir. Ahmed sir, if you want to say something, guys.
I would like to say a big thank you to you, Dr. Chimaya, for the great effort for preparations and for consistency and resilience to ensure that the event is running year after year. You are doing a great effort for this, and that's why it's a success. And success will not come very easy. It needs a resilience, and you are doing it. And really, I enjoyed the talks and the recordings and everything, and looking forward to having this event maybe twice a year, not just once a year. I know it's a quite big effort, but maybe some of us can volunteer to help you.
Yes.
So, because really it's something very useful, and pharmacovigilance updates are already coming and coming and coming. So once a year is not enough. And it was really great. Really, thank you, Dr. Shemaya, to speakers, moderators, and everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to also say something and really thank you, Dr. Chinmaya, for doing this each and every year, bringing us from every part of the globe, together, which is really a lot of effort. And I really like these sessions because this is like remote, so we can enjoy and, have like a much more interactive sessions and learn a lot, at the same time. So, and yeah, I believe, with this underreporting and, awareness compliance becomes an issue. So one of the things we are trying to do is also develop a master's program for under-resourced students. Especially like there's no boundary as such from where they come from, but this program we are trying to launch is for people who cannot really afford education in PV or clinical trials. But we are trying to kind of have this program for students who are under marginalized. And we have like quite a really nice institutes who are helping us, such as the AIMS in Rishikesh, as well as some universities in South Africa. So most of the training will be globally online. So yeah, I mean, I think some of these issues may get resolved, especially what, also Sama said so proactively about influencers and how they are kind of mess up our situation and make it, more complicated. So I guess, so yeah, I mean, feel free to reach out if you have any questions regarding that, or if you have any resource. But yeah, I mean, I also support Dr. Ahmed's session that we need to have this more, especially sessions on compliance. Dr. Chinmaya will really help, because compliance and patient safety go together. How there are different regulations in different countries, so and how we can bring some sort of harmonization, because we have people joining from everywhere. So yes, thank you again so much, and bringing us everyone together and making us more aware about patient safety. Yes, thank you. And from Europe, really very helpful. Yeah.
Dr. Seth, you want to say something?
Yes, well, hi, this is Serge speaking again. I would like to thank you again for today as well, same as for yesterday. And myself and our country head, Dr. Nazish, who did also participate in the 2 days. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to be part of this. And indeed, as Denise mentioned, there is still a lot of work to do. And of course, yeah, feel free to reach out for anything. If we can be of any assistance for any other conferences where we can bring again maybe the same message, but hopefully at a certain moment we don't have to bring the same message again. And indeed, what was said again today, hopefully the authorities will be able to participate in the next couple of meetings. And again, from different countries, because unfortunately, as we mentioned also yesterday, yeah, there is still a lot of harmonization necessary. So
before leaving, I would like to have one question to all. Like I have something in my mind, so I just wanted to share my views, right? So in India, it is mandatory to have a pharmacovigilance system in manufacturing company and in marketing company also, right? So as a someone is there who is doing the contract manufacturing for different MNCs, right? So for contract manufacturer, he is manufacturing the drug product around more than 5 PV systems over there, and how to monitor all the 500 products, who is doing it as a loan license basis. And one more thing, like as we do the literature screening or something for a particular product, we have at least minimum 10 to 20 search strings for a particular product, right? So we are doing that through some software or something. But regulatory bodies, they don't mandate us to do it through a software. They can tell it to do it in manually also. Sometimes we do it manually also. So how it is feasible, like implementation of the PV system in a small scale means industry who is manufacturing the drug product more than 500 as a loan license holder, and the system. So that is a question. If anyone is having answer, then just let me know, or else we can have it one-to-one discussion also if someone is having.
Dr. Chin, I think this is a great topic you brought up. It could itself be a session to talk about, because there's a lot of area that needs to be explored. From my point of view, is that for the regulators, for literature monitoring it, maybe they're coming from a perspective not everyone can afford those softwares, can do it. So they want to keep it at a baseline, right? I think bottom line, it's the rigorous nature of your work, right? If you are
Yes.
missing it, the regulator will sue you, or they will come and fine you and close your entity. So number one is always, whether it's manual or it is digital, do your due diligence and keep your records to make sure it's audit ready all the time. On the
Yes.
second side, right, I hear your point that if one single user is doing multiple for 500 things, and there will be a lot of duplications if someone else is doing the other side. So there needs to be a harmonized approach, and there should be a dashboard or something like they should develop, and they have each specific one that is harmonizing on the back end and doing a duplicate check automatically. So with that high level of volume, it has to have some system in the back end that duplicate check, that reconcile and make sure it's continuous. That's my one word, but I think this is an evolving topic that needs to be discussed next time.
Yes, definitely. So thank you everyone for joining us today and having the things to. So yeah, so we can conclude the session today, and we'll meet somewhere in the next events.
Thank you,
Thank you
Chinmay.
again. Sounds good. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks everyone. Bye.